Okay, for those in the audience, the online sign-in sheet is closed at 8 o'clock on the morning of the hearing. If you haven't signed in, then people will be asked at the end of the hearing if they wish to testify, and raise your hand to be recognized.
Have we started the recording?
I don't know. Ms. Marling?
Yes, it started.
All right, we are recorded. We are live. As chair of the House ED&A Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. An executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. Please note there's no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House Rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. All votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. We'll start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member Please also SciTech is already on.
Trying to unmute.
SciTech is When you state your presence, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Representative SciTech, the roll when you're ready.
Representative Allegro is here. Representative Bailey is here. Representative Fellows.
Present, home alone.
Representative Fontenot. Representative Fontenot. Not present yet. Representative Goley.
Here at home, and my wife is in the other room.
Representative Groda.
Here in my office alone.
Representative Judy.
Here in my office alone.
Representative Lansara.
Here, I am home, a full house with everybody on Zoom for Nashua School.
Representative Lekis is here. Representative McGuire is here. Representative O'Brien. Representative O'Brien.
Yes, I am present. I am home alone in Nashua.
Representative Pearson.
I'm here in Derry at home. My wife's upstairs.
Representative Roy.
I'm here at home alone.
Representative Santonastasso. Representative Santonastasso. Okay, not yet, I guess. Representative Schmidt.
I'm present at my home office in Dover. I am alone.
Representative Shewett.
I am present at my home in Pembroke alone.
Representative Schultz.
I believe she had a bill to introduce.
Okay, the clerk is here. Representative Yakubovich is here. And he'll sign at some point. Okay, and Representative Fontenot, have you showed up? Not yet. Representative Santonastaso? Not yet.
We'll keep our eyes peeled.
We
for
will.
them.
Indeed.
Opening the public hearing. I call Representative Huff.
Madam Chair, you're cutting out.
Sorry, I need to be more stationary. We're open the public hearing. Representative Huff.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Greg Huff. I am a representative of Belknap County District 3, Laconia. I am introducing HB 275, of which I'm a co-sponsor, an act relative to the governor's power to initiate a state of emergency and various emergency powers. This bill revises the governor's emergency management powers in RSA 445 and requires the legislature or executive council to renew a state of emergency. When 445 was penned, the last year of this COVID-19 state of emergency could not have been imagined. And as such, its problematic real-world shortfalls became apparent. 445 was never put forth to circumvent our constitutional government and the branches of checks and balances, yet inadvertently it has. HB 275 is set to remedy those issues. In Section 1, a condition that must be specified is added under E. The condition necessary to extend the state of emergency. This is to provide a clear reason to extend a state of emergency and eliminate the current arbitrary subjective reasons. In Section 2, A, B, and C, those restructure the intent to use the branches of government and not just the executive branch. This would involve both houses of the legislature and provide a safety in the event that the full bodies of the House and Senate were unable to convene by allowing the executive council to address the continuance of a state of emergency. D in this section is provided as an incentive or a deterrent to use that safety as a last resort. HB 275 also includes a very important section, 2G. This can create a nominal state of emergency, kind of a state of emergency light, if you will. One of the big attractions to keeping a state of emergency going is to allow the flow of federal funding to come in that can help our state. This would keep that door open while not allowing for the extending of powers to any officials. Section 3 will make it clear, and it's expressly written, quote, within the limits of the governor's constitutional and statutory authority, end quote. The Constitution cannot be usurped, and the governor alone cannot create nor suspend law. And finally, in Section 3D, is a safeguard against abuse of power by any public officer, such that removal from office is possible. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. That's 275 in its basic form.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you. Is it appropriate for Representative Huff to be testifying without having his camera on so that we can see him?
Yes, we have had members of the committee speak without video, but you only need it to vote. However, it is more polite of him to turn his video on so we can actually see him. It's more effective, so I hope he will do so.
I've done
Thank
so,
you.
Madam Chair.
There he goes. Handsome dude.
Have you completed, Representative Huff?
I am.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there Any questions from the committee?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Lekis got there first.
That's fine.
Just a technical question. On page 1, line 24, it talks about a supermajority vote of both chambers. The question is the word supermajority defined anywhere, either in the Constitution or statute? Because there are different supermajorities. Voting as a legislature, some things are 2/3, some things are 3/5, some are just a majority.
Thank you, Representative, for your question. I am not aware of that particular section. Typically, I will say I'm of the assumption that it would be a 2/3, but I had not noticed a specific to that.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just make sure that I'm both on audio and video. The question I have for Representative Huff is the structure. First of all, is this a bill of your own devising? Because it has a number of aspects that are troubling, and I'm wondering whether you're in a position to, make changes to accommodate the committee's objections.
Thank you, Representative. I am a co-sponsor, but I am third in batting order, simply just to introduce the bill. There are other representatives who are far more vested into this and probably could answer questions a lot more in depth than I can. I'd be more than happy to give you what I know of it. I do know a decent amount, but there will be folks coming in to this discussion. They had to introduce other legislation. So I would defer to them if I can't answer you.
Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Schmidt?
Follow up?
No, Representative Schmidt, he says he's not the best person to answer and other people are coming in. So we'll defer the question as well, if you don't mind.
No, that's okay.
Representative Saitek.
Question to the chair. Representative Schmidt asked whether he's in a position to do anything with the bill. The fact is the bill is in our possession at this point. He doesn't really have anything to do with it.
Correct.
But
I suspect we're going to be making some amendments to this bill, Representative Schmidt, and that's why there's a work session scheduled for immediately after the hearings so that we can get your input as well as others on the committee.
Thank you. I'm aware of that, but I appreciate that.
All right. Yes, Representative Saitek.
Perhaps the others are listening, but I have a problem with this nominal state of emergency, and I'd like to get that ball into play. And it's either a state of emergency or it's not. If this is a subterfuge to get federal funds without it being a real emergency, I'm not comfortable with that position. I don't know that it may be legal, it may be, but I'm just not comfortable with.
I believe that Representative Pearson has some data on that, the difference between a fire that's burning and a fire that is controlled. It's still a fire, but you treat it differently. So we will discuss that.
I've made my point.
I don't like the idea of that section either, so we will we'll definitely be discussing that.
Well, that's enough instruction for me.
Very good. Let's see, all right, well, I call Justin Cates. Thank you, Representative Huff, for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee.
Representative Broder, are you just asking a question?
Well, I had my hand raised. I'm sorry. I don't think you saw it.
I'm sorry. I have a new staff person here. He's not up on it.
Sorry, I'm just.
Madam Chair, Representative Pearson, I have a technical problem that I need someone to address, if that's okay.
Yes.
It's a Zoom problem. Can Pam or somebody there, I need the link sent to my other email address because I've forwarded 20 minutes ago off my legislative email and it's stuck in limbo and it won't forward. So is there someone there?
Ms. Mama, take care of that.
I heard that, and if I have your other address, which I'm sure I do.
It's Pearson for Dairy, FOR, pearsonfordairy@gmail.com.
Okay, great. I'll do
Thank
that
you.
right now.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative O'Brien, you had a question?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. I wonder if you can answer, Representative Hope. Thank you for taking my question. But on page 2, line 30, and we're talking about section C, and you did change it from evacuations, and the original bill says compel, and you changed it to recommend. Now, my interpretation of recommend is that if the chemical plant exploded, we suggest that you get out of there and seek shelter. But does this remove and perhaps even jeopardize our first responders? Because where a recommendation, and my interpretation of a recommendation would be they may choose to stay there. Thus, when they do get in trouble and it gets past the time of a safe evacuation, first responders may have to go back at great risk and to get them to leave. So what made you think of going and eliminating the compel to go to a recommendation?
Thank you for the question, Representative O'Brien. That was not necessarily a section that I penned. However, further on from recommend, and I agree with your assessment, it would be recommend, it would not be to compel. Further on down, it says any person who does not evacuate such an area upon the recommendation of the governor shall not receive any additional accommodation or aid at the expense of the state. So literally, it is up to the individual. If they decide that it's a good idea to get out, they can use the offers of the state for help. If they decide that they would be better off on their own, and they're on their own.
I follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
Thank you. And yes, Representative, I did receive that section, and I understand what you're saying there. They would not receive any additional accommodations or at the aid of the state. But my question is directly, the difference between a recommendation and a compel also takes into account, and if you could focus on it, the lives of the first responders that are evacuating the situation.
The best I can do for you, Mr. Representative, is a hypothetical, and hypothetically, I would think that a first responder would be in more danger trying to drag somebody out of their home as opposed to just having them come willingly. Other than that, it would all be in a theoretical state. All this does is give a person the ability to use their own good judgment as opposed to being forced by the government. That's all.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the.
Has a question?
Madam Chair, it's not a question, but I can't speak for the sponsors, but I may be able to clear up that question a little bit if I were to try.
I think you should hold it. We'll get back. I'm sure we'll be getting back to it.
Still had a question, I think.
Who else had a question?
Representative Grota.
Oh, Representative Grota.
I will not ask my question. We'll deal with it during the work session. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Representative Grota. I didn't hear that. You weren't loud enough.
I'm sorry. I removed my question.
Oh, excellent. Representative Schuett, you had a question?
Madam Chair, following through on the line of question that Representative O'Brien put forward, I would ask Representative Huff if he's aware that in a major evacuation situation, you're going to have many first responders on the scene. It's likely that whoever would have approached a person telling them that they need to evacuate and learning that a person is resistant to that, there would likely be other first responders who would not get that message. That's not something that I believe would ordinarily go out over their normal lines of communication. Look out, the house third from the right, they're not going to evacuate. I don't see that happening. How can you expect that you're not putting a certain number of those responders in danger because they're going to go back and attempt to still rescue?
I believe that's a question that can't be answered. So I think we will add, we've already said we're going to be discussing this among the committee. I don't believe Representative Huff has a definitive answer for this one.
All right, I just wondered if they had thought about that.
I think the question is that it will depend a great deal on what type of an emergency it is, whether it's a fire or a flood or a winter storm. Those are the most common forms of emergency in New Hampshire.
Correct.
Okay. No questions? In that case, I will recall Mr. Justin Cates from Nashville.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Justin Cates. I'm the Director of Emergency Management for the City of Nashville. I've been in this position for the last decade, and I'd like to just provide some of my concerns about how House Bill 275 will impact the city's ability to respond and recover from disasters. There's two primary issues that we have with the language of this bill. The first one being the additional stipulations that have been added to RSA 445 for the state of emergency declarations and how they're renewed. The legislative process is often slow and deliberate to provide policymakers with an opportunity to engage with a wide variety of stakeholders and fully assess the short-term and long-term considerations. Conversely, disaster response must be swift and thorough to save lives and deal with the rapidly changing dynamics and complexity increasingly prevalent in these types of disasters being experienced today. So any legislative action that impedes the state's ability to respond quickly and comprehensively is really of great concern to the emergency management community. I think another concern there with the changes to 445 related to extensions in this nominal state of emergency, really concern around any gaps that might occur between the initial emergency declaration and the extension approval by either the general court or the executive council. FEMA has taken a kind of a significant position in the last few years to really downshift more costs to state and local government and try and reduce its role in disaster recovery. And I see concerns about how FEMA would interpret this nominal state of emergency as a legitimate state of emergency. The nominal state of emergency is not likely to be seen as legitimate if its only purpose is really for eligibility for disaster cost recovery programs. This can add additional justification to FEMA that its programs are not necessary beyond simply providing financial assistance to state and local governments. Similarly, the absence of a state of emergency declaration, if it's been discontinued due to the lack of renewal during a long-term disaster, certainly could send a signal to the federal government that the event has been handled and does not warrant a federal declaration. I think overall in that first component of this bill, disaster recovery programs are complex in nature and require emergency management's collaboration and coordination with many diverse interests within the community. Legislative oversight of disaster recovery is exceedingly helpful when solutions can be crafted that address red tape and other obstacles to other expeditious community and economic recovery. The second primary concern is to the evacuation language that's been added in 445. It does not reflect the realities of challenges encountered in disasters requiring the evacuation of individuals and families. And it's not realistic to expect that all residents and visitors be intimately aware of the potential threats and hazards that they could be exposed to at all times. An individual or family in an unfamiliar area of the state, perhaps staying at a vacation property, may be unaware of the potential consequences of remaining in place and may misjudge the likelihood of impact. Even when considering personal property and buildings that are very familiar to the person being asked to evacuate, they may look to try and interpret resources such as flood inundation maps that are not as accurate or up to date as many would like to believe. Hazard conditions are inherently dynamic. Weather conditions change, hazardous material plume shift direction, evacuation routes experience congestion, and the combination of numerous variables can create a threat far beyond what was initially expected. In theory, the addition of language saying any person who does not evacuate such an area upon the recommendation of the governor shall not receive additional accommodation or aid at the expense of the state sounds reasonable, but repeated experiences across the country have demonstrated that this is not realistic. We've seen countless examples during disasters of individuals and families who initially decided against evacuating, later to decide that they need help as conditions rapidly degrade. We see heroic examples of first responders undertaking extremely risky rescue operations simply because they see this call for help as an integral part of their duty to serve. In conditions when their hands have been tied due to laws, policies, or procedures similar to those outlined in HB 275, we see an emergence of homegrown, unaffiliated civilian groups that take it upon themselves to rescue people under dangerous conditions when public safety organizations are unwilling or unable. These individuals and groups create numerous complexities in the emergency response and could pose additional safety hazards without the correct training. With only a recommended evacuation, more local public safety entities may be forced to issue conflicting protective actions or make the difficult decision of providing aid when it is already unsafe to do so. Ultimately, collaborative emergency management, public safety, and public health teams work collectively with subject matter experts to assess the best available hazard information during an impending emergency in order to recommend protective actions to the governor. The governor's ability to direct the evacuation of an impacted or threatened area is a tool that should not be removed in the emergency management toolbox. The governor is in a unique position to protect residents and visitors from hazards that are not bound or contained by municipal boundaries. We recommend this committee vote in expedient to legislate on HB 275. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt, you have a question?
I do, Madam Chair. Let me just turn on my camera here. So, Mr. Cates, you've raised the issue that I wish to ask one of the co-sponsors, but the question was deferred till later. But your testimony raises the very issue of workability of the bill in many of its manifestations. Are you aware of any state or country, for that matter, where the executive is basically hands over its required emergency authority to the legislature, such as this bill, provides?
Representative, I'm not aware of a situation like that. In most states in the country, there are emergency provisions to allow for a state of emergency that enable similar types of activities to what's seen in RSA 445, but I'm not aware of any that transfer power during that renewal over to the legislature.
Right. Follow up. So you specifically talked about the legislature being, equipped to deal with situations involving, study, consideration, and drawn out periods of time. And when emergencies require immediate action, can you imagine a situation where the legislature would get tied up and the emergency would greatly go over the top as a result of the legislature's inability to act expeditiously?
So our primary concern in that case would be enabling the quick renewal of state of emergency declaration under those circumstances where we have a long duration disaster. And we're not even talking about just simply COVID-19 as an example. This is the first that we've seen where there's been a kind of this marathon response for almost a year, and now we're going into over a year. I think people don't recognize that a flood, a hurricane, some sort of a major disaster can easily go beyond that 21-day initial state of emergency requirement, and the additional stipulations added by this bill just really open up a Pandora's box in ensuring that state of emergency can continue without delay into those coming weeks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just ask Mr. Cates, I didn't quite catch his entire title and job responsibility. Could he repeat that?
Certainly. I'm the Director of Emergency Management for the City of Nashua.
Thank you very much.
Representative Saitek.
Mr. Cates, I'm clerking the committee and you talked faster than I could catch your highlights. It sounded like your testimony was written. Have you submitted that? Or would you submit that, please?
Yes, I will. I'm going to submit it immediately.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, is Representative Blasek?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, my camera doesn't seem to be working, so it'll have to be audio only. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I actually helped write this bill, so I might be able to.
Would you introduce yourself first, please?
Sure. Yes, this is Representative Blasek. I am here to speak on HB 275. I did help pen this, so I'm hoping that I can answer some of the questions that Representative Huff could not answer. Andrew Manus is also on this call, and he also helped write this. So I just want to respond to a few points that were made. I'm not sure how adding legislative oversight to the state of emergency impedes emergency response. It truly doesn't change anything about the state of emergency other than handing some of the decision-making to the legislature. And we did understand when we wrote this that it may not, depending on the emergency, always be possible for 424 members of the legislature to meet, which is why we created what I sort of consider to be the nuclear option, which is the ability for the executive council to meet and continue the state of emergency. As far as the evacuation, and I know that people had concerns with the ability of law enforcement to understand this, but with any new regulation or law, as that comes about, they get retrained on the situation. So I would imagine that that would be handled in that way. So yes, if anybody has any specific, and the other thing I wanted to address was the nominal state of emergency. Perhaps that's not the right term. That's possible that maybe we need to amend that, but what we were hoping to allow for was the ability to have the same state of emergency that we currently have, but without handing unlimited authority over to the executive branch. Right now, as our law is written, the executive branch has unlimited authority with no oversight, okay? And I don't think that there should always be this where it could go on for an unlimited amount of time with the governor being able to make any type of order that he wants. So we simply wanted there to be an option that we could be in a state of emergency without the governor having the ability to make emergency orders. The state of Wisconsin actually is attempting to do this with this current emergency. And the previous speaker said that other states don't have where the legislature has to approve. That is actually not true. There are other states. I can't remember exactly which ones off the top of my head, but there are other states where a continuation of the state of emergency requires legislative approval.
Thank you. Okay, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Representative Blasek, thank you for being here. I'm very concerned about the idea. I'm not sure whether it's this bill or one of the others. There are several of them, as you know, that are pointed in the same direction. Does it require a unanimous vote of the executive council to extend the emergency?
Yes, this is the one.
So that it goes right to the question I wanted to ask. Is it not the case that one single executive counselor then has the power and is given the authority actually to tie up the renewal of the state of emergency? Is that a workable provision in your view?
I guess I would ask thank you for your question. I would ask the rhetorical question of, if we were in a very serious emergency, I think everybody would agree that we are in an emergency. If Seabrook, is taken out, I don't think that there will be a question that we are truly in an emergency.
How about the situation we're actually in of a pandemic?
Representative Schmidt, you're getting hypothetical.
I'm sorry, there's nothing hypothetical, Madam Chair, about the pandemic. The pandemic is a reality that's been with us for a year. It's not a hypothesis at all. I'd like an answer to my question.
I will answer the question. The reality is that RSA 445 was never written with the intention of handling a public health emergency. I could have written testimony submitted by the authors of this to that effect. This was intended for war or for a natural disaster or a terrorist attack, something like that. This was not intended for a disease that is endemic. And I think we are at the point with this current emergency where it is no longer necessary to be in a state of emergency. That is my personal opinion.
And that's exactly the situation that my question goes to. If you have, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you have a situation where one executive counselor could withhold his or her approval of extending the emergency power of the governor had claimed, that would hang it up, would it not?
My opinion is that I would always prefer to err on the side of freedom. That is the intention of when we wrote this law.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schuett, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, Representative, you state that you actually wrote the language in this bill, and yet I don't see you listed as a co-sponsor.
Yes, I just realized that myself. I guess I accidentally did not sign off on it, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative
Representative Vlasic, normally laws are written because some situation has occurred and we want to prevent it. They're not normally prophylactic, but I guess that can be. Can you give me examples of where the governor has exceeded his authority in your view here?
I'm not entirely sure how that's relevant to changing the state of emergency laws, but yes, the governor has violated freedom of assembly. He has violated freedom of religion. He's violated Part 1, Article 2B of the New Hampshire State Constitution, and Part 1, Article 29 and 37 of the New Hampshire State Constitution. And the Attorney General has argued, and the courts have upheld, that the way that the law is currently written, he does have the right to suspend the Constitution. Now, I argue that that is not the case, that only during martial law and only the legislature may call for martial law, declare martial law. But as things stand right now, this law gives the governor such broad authority that he has the right to violate the Constitution if he so believes that it is necessary in an emergency. So yes, we are I think all of the bills that are going in this year to deal with the state of emergency laws are intended to rein in some of that unlimited authority.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. We just heard a number of articles of the Constitution you cited that the governor has, what you say has proposed were unconstitutional moves in his emergency powers. But yet, is it not true? You said the courts did not find that true?
Thanks for the question. Yes. The courts did uphold that in Binford versus Sununu back in March, that because of the way RSA 445 is written, it is written with such incredibly broad language that he could violate the Constitution and civil liberties if he feels it is justified in an emergency. And I don't think that we can allow that to continue for the next emergency that exists. That's why we wrote this. That's why there are other bills in to start reining in governor authority.
Thank you.
Representative Broda? Oh, dropped her hand. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Blasek.
Thank you.
Before we hear from additional people, I'd like to call Representative Prout, who is a sponsor of.
Representative Groda still had a question. I think that she didn't mean to drop her hand.
Oh. Do you have a question, Representative Broda?
You're muted.
I will wait. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
excuse me, but I don't see Representative Prout listed as a co-sponsor on this bill either.
Representative Schuett, if you had let me continue, I was going to say he is the prime sponsor of House Bill 433, which is also about emergency management. And that's why we're holding a joint meeting on these four bills, because they're also intertwined.
So are we switching to that bill now, or I'm not sure?
Yes, we are switching to House Bill 433, and I call Representative Prout. You'll notice a marked similarity between 433 and portions of 275.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I am Andrew Prout, representing Hillsborough County District 37, the towns of Hudson and Pelham. The intent of this bill, House Bill 433, is to ensure that the legislature is involved and has a role to approve long-term states of emergency. I think everyone agrees that the executive branch needs some ability to react quickly, more quickly than the legislature can be assembled, when an emergency situation arises, and that makes sense for the legislature to delegate authority for that. However, when this emergency situation persists for an extended period of time, the legislature should have a role. This bill sets that line at 42 days. One 21-day state of emergency declaration and one renewal. It also contains a provision for the clerk of the legislative bodies to certify that the majority of the members of the legislature are incapacitated, and by extension, that they could not meet with a quorum, in which case the limitation on the executive is waived. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Representative Vonzara, you had a question?
Oh, sorry, that was delayed. I thought one of our reps was in the attendees list, that's all.
Okay, Representative Schmidt then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Representative Prout, this current situation is exactly the kind of somewhat murky situation that my question to the previous representative was directed at, and I'm going to ask you the same question. What kind of workability do you have when you have, as we have now, a situation which is viewed very differently by members of the public, but also members of the legislature, with claims that a pandemic is either a serious and deadly epidemic health situation. Other people say it's a hoax, doesn't exist, it's this, that, and what have you. Is the legislature capable, under those circumstances, of acting to make the decision to extend the state of emergency when the issue is so contested?
Thank you for the question. I think as we've seen both under our current speaker and the previous speaker, both of which who have held sessions of the New Hampshire House, which I am going to focus on as the larger of the two bodies, as the more challenging one to assemble, during this pandemic, and have done so under public health guidelines, following public health guidelines in ways that have made members from both parties and both camps of opinion feel like they are able to attend and actually get the business of the state done. And while yes, I think there have been different opinions about how much the legislature has met and how much work it has done versus deferred, especially in the previous term, I think that one of the purposes of this bill is to put the burden back on the legislature to actually make decisions and actually exercise its powers as the supreme lawmaking authority of the state.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Broda? You have to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Representative Trout, you mentioned in your previous comment that this would put the burden back on the shoulders of the legislature.
Could you speak up, please?
Can you hear me now?
That's better, thank you.
You mentioned in your previous testimony that these statutes would put the burden back onto the shoulders of the legislature. When did the legislature ever have this burden?
So the burden I'm speaking of is being the body that makes laws and basically sets the direction of the state. And I don't mean to be a little bit flippant, but that has been the way it has worked since our Constitution was adopted back in the 1700s, that the legislature makes the laws and the executive executes them, and that the legislature is always involved in when laws need to be waived or changes need to be made. So perhaps I made a little bit misunderstood your question. If that's it.
You answered it anyway. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Goley, did your question get answered?
Yes, I'm all set, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. There's no one else who signed up to speak on House Bill 433. 433?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Prout. All right. All right. In that case, we will yes, why don't we have Representative Lekis introduce House Bill 414. He's the prime sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've actually had a lot of the discussion on this because this handles the issue between changing compelling evacuation in a state of emergency and changing that to recommend, which was incorporated in the bill. So the change is to change the word compel to recommend, and it has language kind of similar to the previous one. It says at the end, provided that the emergency services shall not be required for those who have chosen not to evacuate. And in the answer to some of the questions about that raised earlier, I can understand the concern of emergency services feeling that they have a duty to help people, even if the people don't want the help and have refused to follow the recommendation to evacuate. But my view is people have a right to decide if they're going to stay where they are or not. And that does not, the feeling of other people on how they think they should respond to that situation does not create a duty on those people, in my view, to leave. Now, they may be foolish and they may come to regret their decision, but I mean, that's their decision to make, in my view. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions for Representative Lekis? Okay, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So Representative Lekis, the language of the bill, though, says, if you waive your right to assistance, you basically also you give up the right to assistance. Do you think that that's likely to be held to be constitutional?
Can you hear me with the microphone there?
I can hear you.
Thank you. I don't see how it could not be constitutional. I mean, it's been found all the way up to the Supreme Court that the emergency services have no duty to protect any particular individual. There's actually been multiple cases that have gone as far as the Supreme Court that have clearly stated that. In the case of the police, they don't have a duty to come and protect you. The Supreme Court's position was they serve a general function of deterring crime. Now, I'm sure that, you know, police departments, fire departments, individual police officers and firemen, you know, view it differently. But as far as a constitutional question, it's completely clear that that would not be a problem.
Thank you for taking that position.
Okay, Mr. Cates, you had signed up on this bill as well, but can I?
Madam Chair, I had a question of the sponsor.
Representative Schuett, you have a question.
Yes, thank you. Representative Lakis, I would call your attention to, in fact, one of the things that Mr. Cates mentioned about how do you propose to handle the situation of someone who first refuses evacuation and then changes their mind. We hear quite often, particularly in cases of major forest fires, where a person will rightfully choose to stay at home to try and protect their home, but then a firestorm happens and they recant and decide, I better get out of here, but then it's too late. What say you about that?
I understand the concern about that and the problems that might cause. I would hope, I mean, the way the bill's written, if they refuse evacuation, then you know, emergency services don't have a further duty to help them. And I understand that they may, at least they don't have a legal duty to do so. They may feel they have a duty to do so. But, you know, what I would suggest is that when they're told to evacuate, whether it's in person or through some broadcast, that it be made clear to them that if they refuse the evacuation, when it can be done hopefully safely, that you know, they may not, they're likely not to get, and there's no duty to provide them any assistance if they change their mind. And hopefully that will, you know, help people make a better decision. And in the end, you know, if that situation you described occurs, you know, my suggestion would be emergency services have plans on dealing with that. And if they can't, you know, if it's going to be excessively dangerous to save the people who have refused to evacuate, the plan is that they don't. If they can do so reasonably safely and they choose to do so, that's fine, but they're not required to. I think my view is that with freedom comes responsibility for the consequences of choices. And hopefully it'll be an informed choice, but in any case, I think that's the individual's choice to make.
Thank you. Representative Fontenot?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, we often talk about the necessity for new or revised legislation based on something that has, or a problem, or fixing a problem or something that has happened. Do you have an example of a case in New Hampshire where evacuation has been compelled by the governor, but people have not complied to that, or there's been an issue with that?
I don't have an answer to that. I mean, I wasn't even aware of the statute until I was looking at the emergency order statutes, you know, in consideration of the current emergency. And I was surprised to see that people could actually be compelled to leave the home.
And a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Follow-up?
And would you think that there would never be a case where a compelled evacuation could be necessary in an event of war or other disaster?
No, I don't believe that it would be right under any circumstances to compel someone to evacuate. Now, you know, I might believe and argue that they're being foolish at best and crazy at worst. But, you know, my view is that's people's right, especially, you know, in case we're talking about some of the enforcement at home.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Lakis, for taking my question. As I look at this, and we've discussed earlier, Representative O'Brien brought up first responders and having to go after folks if they chose not to evacuate in due time. My question is, how is it determined that someone has chosen not to evacuate? Is there a piece of paper they sign declaring that they've given up their rights to do this? Or how do we determine that? As first responders, when you see someone in a house that you feel should have been evacuated and you don't know whether or not they chose on their own, or if it's because they couldn't get out on their own because they didn't have a means, how do we determine if this should happen to go to a court case that these folks didn't get out for another reason other than not choosing? So is there some sort of form or something that's signed saying that that's their choice?
First of all, as far as court cases go, I don't see there are problem with court cases. I mentioned before. I understand that individual first responders and departments, they, rightly, feel they have a duty to rescue people if at all possible. However, numerous cases that have gone through, as I said, all the way to the Supreme Court multiple times, that have made it clear that there is no such duty and therefore there should not be a court issue. Now, there is a practical issue you raise of, how do emergency services people deal with this? At least the emergency evacuation things I've heard of is it's both announced publicly, on the radio, TV, that sort of thing. But also, emergency services people go through neighborhoods notifying people and trying to convince them to leave. And if somebody states that they're refusing to leave, then that's the situation. Now, whether the department wants to ask them to sign something, I suppose you could. Keep track of them in some way. That's kind of an operational detail, but I don't think belongs in statute.
Thank you.
Representative O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I understand your point that I don't think emergency evacuations is really specifically mentioned in the Constitution. But however, many states, and there has been situations where case law has been developed, and that case law has been adopted by many other states. In the example of a fire situation, Michigan versus Tyler, which is basically now has become the law of the land. Do you see by writing this particular bill jeopardizing or affecting any other area of current law that the fire marshals and the attorney generals and any others use those basically text laws to affect their particular business on, particularly for fire situations, to keep the population safe?
Thank you for the question. I have looked at a number of cases, the ones that I could find. I'm not familiar with the one specifically mentioned. If you have I can try and look it up, Michigan v. Tyler, but if you've got a better cert, I can buy it to. And also to do that, send it. And also, you mentioned there are maybe some other cases or other actions by states, but if we put it in statute that people refuse to evacuate, there is no further duty to try and get them out at a later time. I don't see how there'd be a legal problem in that case.
Follow up, if I may, Madam Chair. Yeah, to help the representative out, if I may. Basically, by adopt a law within our United States and by all states, every single fire is that is unfriendly is constituted as an emergency. So therefore, by laws, and it is the law of this state too, every fire needs to be investigated to determine the cause and everything. And by doing that, Michigan and Tyler basically says that the fire department does own the building until a certain time, that they do have the right to conduct a legal type of investigation. Now, this can be extenuated out in many types of things, but just to make you aware of it, and that's basically what it has to do with the fire investigations. And like I say, firefighters are compelled by law to determine the cause because of the emergency of the situation. So I was just wondering if this could have some hidden type of effect, and if this was approved by any type of review of the Attorney General's office or any other council to make sure that we're not going to hamstring proper investigations during an emergency situation.
This would only take effect. This is under RSA 445(3)(c), which is the governor's power under declared state of emergency. So for a normal fire, this would not have any effect at all. It's aimed at more widespread situations where the governor has declared a state of emergency over some portion of the state or the entire state. So I don't think it would have any impact on a normal fighting a fire or the investigation of it.
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Baroda?
You're muted, Jackie.
Can't hear you.
Trying to stay muted, so in case something falls on the floor or something. Excuse me. So the current statute says that evacuations are mandatory?
Yes, the statute right now says, it's in 445(3)(c), under the powers the governor has under a declared state of emergency, provide for and compel the evacuation of all or part of the population from any stricken or threatened area or areas within the state to take such steps as are necessary for the receipt and care of such evacuees. So it uses the word compel.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
And you do not think that the governor's office and the information that's provided to them would support such an evacuation?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, the governor could recommend evacuation if this bill were adopted, and with providing whatever information he thought or the office thought was important for people to know to convince them to evacuate. It wouldn't affect that. Maybe I misunderstand the question.
I'm sorry, you do, and let me clarify. Under the current statute,
Yeah.
the governor uses the information that's available to the governor's office to make that decision. And you don't feel that's enough to warrant the statute as it is?
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mr. Cates, you signed up to speak on this bill, but if your testimony is the same as it was for House Bill 275, which I would believe.
Yeah, so it is the same concerns, particularly around the language that was added, stating, provided that emergency services shall not be required for those who have chosen not to evacuate. It's not realistic. There's no way for us to track who is decided not to accept the offer. It's not possible. So our testimony is the same, and I'll send a written copy to the email. Thank you.
You've gotten one already, actually. Thank you for sending it. Okay. All right. There's no one else has signed up. for House Bill 414. Going back to House Bill 275, I call Andrew Manus, who has signed up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, honorable members of the committee. Today, I present testimony in favor of HB 275. It's a bill I believe would change state law to clarify executive power during a state of emergency to preclude the overreach we have seen over the past year. Importantly, there's provisions that I support in HB 414, HB 417, and HB 433, which are before your committee, as well as HB 277, HB 280, HB 325, HB 559, and HB 389, which are before the New Hampshire House Committee on Legislative Administration, which also seek to implement additional checks on executive power. I trust that you're going to take the best ideas from all these bills and amend one or two of them to present the best case reform of our emergency statutes for adoption. I also support HCR 2, which would end the current state of emergency. I once believed this dystopian nightmare would be over in April of 2020. And the fact of the matter is I honestly can't believe that I'm presenting this testimony to you today, as I never would have imagined an abuse of power of this magnitude could be committed in our free Republic of New Hampshire. Part 1, Article 29 of the state constitution makes it clear that only the legislature may suspend or enact laws in New Hampshire. Part 2, Article 5 makes it clear that these same laws may not be repugnant to the Constitution. Arguably, RSA 445 as written should align with these principles, and in Section 3E, it should be clear that the governor's authority to perform and exercise such other functions, powers, and duties as are necessary to promote and secure the safety and protection of the civilian population does not give him or her authority to suspend law, make new law, or suspend the Constitution. But during this protracted nightmare, the governor has done all three things. In fact, when it comes to the institution of emergency orders written under the supposed authority of this section, the chief executive and his departments have written new policy, enforced the same policy, and created an adjudication process for the same policy, effectively giving the executive branch legislative, executive, and judicial functions. This directly violates Part 1, Article 37 in the state constitution, which states that the legislature, executive, and judicial ought to be kept as separate from and independent of each other as the nature of a free government will admit. In other words, a state of emergency does not erase or minimize the legislative or judicial branches, and yet in practice, these other two branches have been largely missing in action. Granted, the legislature could at any time vote to end the state of emergency under RSA 445, and I argue that it should have back in April 2020, and at any point since, any day since, it was clear that there would be no catastrophic curve to flatten, and we were simply dealing with a really bad virus that any free people could handle with commonly known hygiene techniques and a little guidance, and I truly mean the word guidance from its true definition, from health officials. However, the word guidance has morphed into law, and the legislature has been sidelined in doing its constitutional duty, and so far has not taken back its power. I'm asking you to change that now. Importantly, one reason the legislature has struggled to end the state of emergency is precisely because the executive branch has set up a new government run by itself under the color of law, and ending the state of emergency would unravel that new government. This is what all of the bills I've mentioned, once they become law, would prevent from ever happening again. Now, I like HB 275's provisions and have chosen to speak directly on this bill because it so eloquently and firmly plants the authority for extending a state of emergency into the hands of the legislature where it belongs, and it preserves autonomy in the hands of the people to govern themselves, even in the midst of chaos, because in America, we believe the people know best how to manage their own lives and the lives of those around them. While the bill provides for contingency plans for true emergencies during which the legislature cannot meet, it also provides strict penalties to the government during this time period so that the emergency cannot be extended beyond its reasonable life. The governor ought to have the right to declare a state of emergency. After all, he or she is managing the day-to-day operations of the state and will have access to the most up-to-date information. However, the governor ought to be checked before extending a state of emergency to prevent abuse of power, particularly like we've seen in the last year. At no point may the same governor employ his or her state of emergency to enact new laws or suspend them, which HB 275 Section 3E's addition under the law clarifies. Language in 3A of HB 275 ensures there is no confusion with this principle. Specifically, the language clarifies that the governor may use current laws to suspend rules or regulations written by his or her departments to adjust to an emergency situation and potentially reallocate resources between departments as the law allows, but by no means may the executive make up new rules or regulations or suspend laws without going through the legislative process. And he or she may never suspend constitutional rights. Not even the legislature can do that. We elect a legislature of 425 men and women, 24, sorry, precisely because we disagree on how best to manage the state. And it is in that disagreement and compromise that we come up with a sound policy that is suitable for the most people. Ideally, that policy creates a rule of law that governs everyone equally so that even the minority is protected by it. As this process has been thwarted over the past year, we have seen one man and his team of executives craft policy that may or may not take everything else into consideration. And whether the policy has been sound or not, it has not been properly vetted under the constitutional system that we have set up to make sure that it is. We have to stop this from continuing, and we have to prevent this from happening again. Thus, the governor should not have the authority to extend a state of emergency, not even once. After 21 days, the legislature, if not the whole state, should have the ability to get up to speed on what is actually happening and make an informed judgment as to whether the emergency persists. On top of enabling this, the bill also provides metrics for measuring what the state of emergency actually consists of and conditions that would be needed to end it, which creates a bright line for policymakers to use. Excuse me, I got a phone call. The bill provides metrics for measuring what the state of emergency actually consists of and conditions that would be needed to end it, which creates a bright line for policymakers to use as they judge whether or not to continue it. If the whole legislature can't meet because the emergency truly is that bad, then the Executive Council unanimously may choose to continue the state of emergency to enable emergency measures to continue. And yes, Representative Schmidt, I do believe that one executive counselor in his wisdom and judgment should be able to stop a state of emergency from happening. As it is right now, we have one governor who's making that judgment, and I think he's making the wrong one. And so I do believe he needs a check on his authority. To ensure that it's truly impossible for the legislature to meet under this provision, the poison pill is added, removing tax revenue from the state and from cities and towns, which will motivate the legislature to get back together and do the job it was elected to do for the people of the state as soon as conceivably possible. Ideally, the legislature should be making policy decisions at all times, and the executive ought to be enforcing those policies. The situation that lasts longer than 42 days cannot possibly still be an emergency that requires abandonment of the constitutional process and the republic that was set up to defend the people's ability to govern themselves, even in the worst of times. The idea behind the changes proposed by HB 275 are that the people should always be in charge of their government through their legislature, and they also ought to keep autonomy over their own lives, property, and businesses. I urge you to pass it, though I acknowledge that many of the great ideas in the other bills before you also present solutions to the problems I've highlighted, and I do trust you as a committee will amend one or two of these bills to incorporate the best ideas to strengthen the legislature's role in handling future states of emergency into a bill that becomes law. I do want to address a few of the things that have come up in conversation. Briefly, that ends my testimony, which I have submitted to you by email. The first responders forcing people out of their home or businesses. I would submit to you that under a true emergency, a reasonable person is going to listen to the authority figure and leave that scene upon request. However, if that person does not choose to leave that scene, they have an awfully good reason for it. And there should be no force in any situation whatsoever where a person is required by the government at the point of a gun to leave their own property. That is just wrong and it's un-American. The second thing is a nominal state of emergency. The purpose, maybe the term nominal is not the right term to use, and I certainly welcome your suggestions to amend that term. But the point of it was that sometimes a state of emergency leads to a different type of state of emergency, which can be financial. In the instance of COVID-19 in particular, it was the governor's response to COVID-19 that actually caused the real emergency. And now we do have some financial emergency that requires federal funding to keep us in a state of, solvency, if you will. And that is the state of emergency. So maybe it's a financial state of emergency, if you want to use those terms. But the point of the matter is that the governor ought not to have the power to craft emergency orders. And that is the problem that we're attempting to address. He should not be governing the state and also writing the state's laws. It is the legislature's job to craft state laws. And if the laws are not sufficient, it is your job to change them. Someone also brought up urgency of the state of emergency and the executive having, I believe it was the gentleman from Nashua, and the urgency of having the ability to respond in rapid format in the legislature's slow response time. I would submit to you that after 21 days, there is no reason that the House and Senate could not get together and pass a House concurrent resolution, or even just a House resolution that gives guidance to the executive department on how to proceed, including extending the state of emergency under the conditions that are outlined in our bill, HB 275. That's a critically important section of the bill. In terms of, an obligation to protect or lawsuits, I believe it was either Representative Goley or O'Brien who brought this up. There is several case law, including U.S. Supreme Court decisions that indicate that there is no duty to protect whatsoever. It is simply a matter of law that we have provided this service. However, it is not an obligation of our first responders to protect the people. It is the people's obligation to protect themselves, and they do that at their own voluntary, with using their own voluntary decisions and wisdom. And if they want to follow the guidance of the state, because the state does have some ability to accumulate wisdom and expertise in the form of our first responders, then it is their right to do that as well. But for those who do not want to follow the guidance, it is their right not to. And I would submit to you that at the point of a gun, you've created a mini war, where someone who doesn't want to leave their house is going to die one way or the other, whether it's from the disaster itself or from being shot by the first responder. And I don't mean to be flippant with that comment, but that's what you're actually doing if you take your argument to the point of its conclusion. So I would argue to you that all interaction should be voluntary in a free society. And that is the point of this bill, is to restore voluntary interactions, as well as to restore power to the legislature where it ought to be. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, representatives. I appreciate your time.
Representative Sitek has a question.
I have just one question, Mr. Manus. If the legislature can end the state of emergency at any time by resolution, why do you think they're going to buy into this legislation?
I suppose that's a question for the 424 members when they decide to vote on this legislation. I do know that HCR2 is being heard today in a different committee. I've already testified on that, Representative Sitek, and I testified in favor, as I'm sure you could assume. And I think it is well past due time for the legislature to do just that. But the point of these bills, all of the ones I've mentioned here, is not to end the state of emergency. It is but to protect the state in the future, so that when there is another situation that warrants a state of emergency to be called, that there are added checks and balances to make sure that one man does not have ultimate power and authority to do whatever he wants. Perhaps this one man, who happens to be our governor right now, has made wise decisions, and I'm not going to begrudge him or even get into his decisions on this matter. Maybe you agree Representative Sitek, that he has made good decisions. I don't know whether you do or don't, but that's neither here nor there. The point of the matter is that one man should not have that role and authority. That power has been vested in an elected legislature, which represents the people of this state, and it is the people of this state who ought to govern themselves.
Representative Schuett.
Madam Chair, Representative Manous, when Representative Blasek testified, she mentioned that you and she basically wrote the language of House Bill 275, and yet as with her, I don't see your name listed as a sponsor. May I ask why not?
Well, that's a very easy question to answer, Representative Schuett. I am not a representative. I'm just a man who has the ability to write. And yes, I did put some time in and help write this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions about the bill because of that.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Are you not,
Sorry
Mr.
for my error.
I was a representative in 2011 and 12, but
I
that was a long
thought I
time.
remembered the name. Madam Chair, I do have one other question. Mr. Manous, you mentioned that you felt that the executive powers that the governor is enacting have been shown to be an abuse of power. But would you not say that the overwhelming electoral support that the governor received in the midst of this pandemic while we were all handling these emergency powers shows that the vast majority of the citizens of New Hampshire felt that the governor was not abusing his power? Thank you.
That's a really great question, Representative Schuett, and I really appreciate it. Part of the question is political, and if you want my opinion, please ask in a follow-up. I'll be happy to provide my opinion of why the governor was reelected, but it's a political question, and I don't think it's germane. But I do want to, explain that we don't live in a democracy where the majority rules or the most praised or popular idea wins the day. We live in a republic, and even the best ideas ought to be vetted and held up to the standard of law written into the Constitution to ensure that the majority's rights are protected. I'm going to give you an example. If 99 people of 100 think that one person's land that he purchased and developed under the law is better suited to another private purpose, it doesn't matter. We have a constitutional provision that we actually passed fairly recently that prohibits that majority from taking the land because that one person has a right to the land. The point of the example is that we have laws in the state that you may have even helped write yourself, and these laws are being disregarded right now by our executive, and they shouldn't be. The Constitution makes clear that only the legislature or the people have the authority to suspend or create laws. The governor and other executive branch officials don't have this authority. In a state of emergency, they still don't have that authority, yet they've claimed it. So what I'm asking you to do is to do what is right under the rule of law and under our Republican form of government, and clarify RSA 445 to indicate to this governor or any other governor that comes after him that they don't have the authority to suspend the Constitution, that they don't have the authority to suspend laws or make new ones, and that power is vested only in the legislature, which is what the Constitution says. But I do believe it needs to be clarified. And because of the testimony of Representative Blasek that she made earlier, it's very clear that it does need to be clarified, particularly following the Binford ruling. So that is what we're asking you to do as a legislature, as our representatives of the people at large in this state.
Thank you. Representative Fontenot, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just a kind of a quick follow-up on the same question I had asked Representative Lucas on the previous bill, is that on the section of compel versus recommended for evacuation, you kind of indicated that we may see a situation where first responders are shooting people for not evacuating. Do you know, or do you have an example of where that may have occurred in the past that would indicate this is a problem we need to deal with?
Representative Fortnew, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. I appreciate the question. The comment was made in hyperbole, intended to show that if you take the law as it's written to its logical conclusion, you're forcing someone out of their home or business. Force is, ultimately results in at the end of a point of a gun if someone is not willing to comply with that force. So while I don't know of that ever happening, I do know that it is a person's right to stay in their home if they so choose, and the government should not force them to leave. And that's the point of this provision.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see anything else. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. No one else has signed up to speak on House Bills 414, 433, or 275. 414, yes, sorry. That case, we will move on to House Bill 417, and I call Representative Roy to introduce it.
Chair, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
There you are.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, Representative Roy, we can hear you and see you.
Thank you. Hello, colleagues. I'm introducing House Bill 417. So this bill is a little different than the ones we've heard discussed over the last hour or so. I too think that there needs to be some revamping of the governor's powers during this. But what I don't want to do is get down into the weeds. The governor is the executive and ergo the manager, and the legislature I don't think has a position as management. We can't micromanage emergencies. So what I've done in this bill is the governor still has the same powers to declare a state of emergency. As a matter of fact, I've extended it to 30 days, and he can renew that state of emergency. And I've left alone the ability of the House and the Senate through concurrent resolution to terminate it. But if he extends the state of emergency, he has to come to the legislature and he has to get our approval for executive orders that are issued after that point. So that allows the flexibility for him to do what he needs to do in emergent situations. And it also gives us the oversight to look at these executive orders. Now, I've put a provision in there that says if we can't, for some reason, get together within 3 days, the executive orders in state of emergency, I'll extend for 14-day increments until we can manage to get together. I put something in there where the governor has to help us out. And if there's a natural disaster where the roads are closed or washed out, he has to use his abilities, and be it state troopers or what have you, to help us get to the legislature to help out in this. And I left it a simple majority of the House to make it less complicated. If we had put the House and Senate, it would have been much more complicated. I put it a majority of the House president voting, no super majorities. I just feel like once you get past that 30 days and the nature of the emergency is such that it's going to continue, the people do have a right to have their voice heard. So if we look at the number of emergency orders that have been existed or issued under this emergency, the people have had absolutely no say in them. We just have to take them, and it is what it is. I think that at a certain point, these emergency orders become laws. I mean, literally, the executive is governing with one branch and has been for a year. And that's not to criticize him or his orders or whether to second guess or judge. This is prospective, looking forward. Do we want to end up in a situation like this again, where we have one branch of government running state for a year? And I think the answer to that is clearly no. We have a duty. It's our job to get in there and actually work with the executive on these things. So I'll keep it short at that, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative Roy. Are there questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you for talking to us, Terry, about your feelings on this. But without getting into a debate with you, you say the governor is running the state. That's what the executive branch does. It runs the state. But I'd like you to disagree with that if you don't see it that way. But the legislation you referred to is strictly to implement his executive orders, which are legal under the statute. So, and is it really workable? The idea that that the legislature is going to come back in. We're only in session from January until June, roughly. Okay, the rest of the year we're not in session. How do we get back in session? Ordinarily, the governor calls us into special session. So most of the time, year for year, there is no legislature there no house there in order to do this resolution that you're proposing. How workable is your solution? That's my question.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. To your first question, I agree the governor's job is to run the state. And by run the state, in the reference that I used, he's running the state. He's taken over two branches of the three of government. He's passing executive orders that have the effect of law. And, within a short period of time, that's reasonable. When you start getting into years, which we're about to cross over, I think it's, at some point we have to say, hey, okay, we need to come back. Now, as for your second part of your question, the governor would have to call us back as is written in the proposed bill, so that we could opine on this and weigh in and work with him on future executive orders. So I think it's entirely feasible, especially if there were a state of emergency like this, for us to come back. And I believe it, especially seeing as I left it to a majority of president voting and not, have to assemble the entire 400-person body, depending on what type of emergency it was, that may not be feasible. But at least get the people's, the people's most direct representatives are us. So if the majority of us agrees with the governor, then we can be assured that the majority of the state agrees with the governor. And that's not compared to, his polling or how he did in the election. It's directly germane to whatever the executive order is, because our constituents will reach out to us and we will be their voice. I hope that answers your question.
I thank you for your position.
Representative Schuett, do you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Good morning, Representative Roy. Just curious, following up sort of with what you just said, that just a majority of the House would have to do this, but under this current pandemic, we could not even get back into the State House, and it took quite some time for the means to get even a majority of us to be able to have a place to meet. And how do you feel that plays against the needs of dealing with an emergency situation?
Thank you, Representative Schuett. That's an important point, which is why I included in there an automatic extension if we were unable to meet in 14-day increments, so that we would have time to figure out how to do this, how to get together, without getting into the politics of whether or not we should or should be meeting, or where we should be meeting, or how. The governor can extend these in 14-day increments until we can get back together. Now, if we can't figure out a way to get back together in 3 months, he will just continue extending the 14-day increments, and so be it. But the goal is that we should have an impetus to get back and figure out how to do this to help him manage, the state and the people's business. So I was very careful not to limit his ability to deal with emergencies because of us. But I was trying to do is make sure we had a way to be a part and have a seat at the table.
Thank you.
Representative Allegro.
Good morning, Representative Roy. Thank you for taking my question. Isn't the the fact that we can't be in the State House and having difficulties communicating, in fact, a direct result of the governor's orders. And is there anything that could prevent the governor under current statute from just saying, I'm suspending the House deliberations because of an emergency?
Thank you. Theoretically, I'm sure it would end up at the state Supreme Court in about an hour, but theoretically he could. And you are correct that the reason that we originally did not return to Reps Hall is because of the governor's emergency order that dictated how many people could be where, and there's also the obvious public health aspect of it. But you're correct. But which is why I was very careful to give him that initial 30 days so that he can react on his feet and he can do what he has to do. But after 30 days, I think that we should be able to get in there and figure out a way to do it.
Yes, and I will say that the House did in fact meet within 60 days after the start of the emergency for the first session at UNH.
Follow-up question.
Follow-up.
And just, I appreciate the intent of the bill. This can very quickly devolve into just a political exercise. For instance, in any given state, or at least in this state, the state Supreme Court justice, the Chief Justice of the state Supreme Court is a recent political appointee by coincidence of this governor. So it worries me that this could rapidly devolve into a political situation. Is this a further reason why the state legislature, the representatives of the people, should at some point be involved?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. It should be involved to take the politics out of it. You know, as I said, we, being the 400-member body, are the most direct representatives of the people, in allowing us to have a ability to input and approve or disapprove of these things that are directly going to impact our constituents' lives is the most constitutional way to handle something that on its face is unconstitutional. So it's a conundrum, and I tried as best as I could to walk a thin line to give that executive the ability to respond with still allowing us to say the people agree or disagree.
Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Roy, I want a little bit of clarification on something you just said. Did you state that the governor could tell the Speaker of the House that the Speaker of the House could not hold or call the body into session?
I think I prefaced that by saying theoretically.
I don't think there's a theoretical here. I think that the separation of powers are pretty clear. The Speaker of the House can call the House into session when that Speaker chooses.
Answer the question. Thank you, Representative. It does say that the law says a lot of other things too that have been waived. So that's why I said theoretically. Theoretically, the Speaker of the House can do whatever the Speaker of the House wants. He's a separate entity. Having said that, it also says that the legislature shall make laws, and right now the executive is making laws. So it comes down to again a fine line. And that was, I would suppose, a hypothetical question by the representative, taking the argument to, ad absurdum almost. But when you're talking about unlimited, unfettered power that so far has not been checked by us or the court, I guess you get into the question of where will it end or what will stop it.
Yes, Representative Broda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Roy.
Good morning, Representative Carter.
So the executive orders that the governor has will no longer be viable once the executive orders are rescinded, correct?
Do you mean once the state of emergency is rescinded?
Yes.
That is correct.
So these are not really laws. They're not permanent laws, correct?
Well, I guess you start getting into relative questions about how long how long, at what point do they become laws? If the state of emergency goes on another year and it's now 2 years, are they still law? Are they still just orders, or are they laws? I mean, it's a relative question. I imagine the people that have to live under them during the duration of the emergency order will pretty much feel their laws, especially if they're fined or incarcerated for violating one of them. But your point is taken that at some point, one would presume they will eventually expire.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, but isn't it the case that all these bills that we're hearing this morning are basically strictly in response to the extraordinary circumstance of the pandemic, which is lasting far beyond what a snowstorm, a fire, or even a flood would impose on the state and its citizens, or a particular part of the state, and it's very contentious with regard to what the actual reality of the pandemic is. The people on the right tend to say this is a hoax. The masks don't work, and our freedoms are being taken away from us.
Yes, Representative Schmidt, I would hope you do not broad brush large portions of the state. What is your question?
The question is this not these bills that we're hearing this morning, are they not all in response to the emergency situation that exists right now because of the pandemic, which is an extraordinary circumstance which we have not seen in 100 years? All the other kinds of emergencies are over and done with in a very short period of time. And there's no question about it. It's a contentious political issue right now, regardless of how you want to characterize it with regard to how people believe. But go into the stores and you'll see that overwhelmingly everybody's wearing a mask in the cities, at the very least.
Can I answer the question? Or? Okay, so I'll try and distill that down to, it sounds like you're asking, would we not be writing these bills were it not for the nature of this pandemic versus a regular emergency? And the answer is actually yes. But what this has done is showed us what can happen with the law as written. I don't believe that there's any indication that we won't have another pandemic or that something like this couldn't happen again. So it's best that we prepare for it, I believe. That's why I've been very careful not to critique any of the actions or take a position on the validity or worthiness of any of the executive orders. But prospectively, should another, let's say this one ends next month, and then in December some type of new virus shows up, or a bacteria or what have you, we should be prepared to assist and do our role as a co-branch of government, and not once again turn the keys over to the executive and say, do what you got to do for however long it takes. So there's definitely a political aspect, as is every piece of legislation we do. But I'm trying to make this bill as apolitical as possible, and by leaving it up to majority of the House, that's the most representative you're going to get of the people in the state, regardless of their party. So be it a Republican, Democrat governor, majority, not majority, it's just about representatives of the people.
Okay, I appreciate you taking a position on this.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Roy, just extrapolating what you've been saying, would it be my understanding that the lawsuit that the legislature tried to early on in this pandemic to have the governor particularly take some of his financial decisions through the House Fiscal Committee was an appropriate method to try and have the legislature weigh in?
I really can't and won't opine on any litigation that happened, but I can tell you that would not have been necessary had this statute been enacted, because he would have had to come to the legislature to pass any orders that had to do with financial situations after 30 days. So it would have made it a moot point.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Roy, for taking my question. One quick question. If it's going to be a truly representative bill, should it not be both the House and Senate votes, not just the House?
Thank you for the question. I tried to, you're correct in that it could be more representative by adding the Senate. It could be more representative by adding the executive council. We could have even included, I suppose, a justice of the Supreme Court. But I tried to make this as narrow as possible to streamline it and keep his ability to keep things flowing without getting two different political bodies involved in it to have to agree or disagree. A simple up or down vote, I felt, would move it along quicker and it would be more decisive. Should the committee, in its wisdom, decide that the Senate needs to be included, I wouldn't object to that. The Senate, however, I left that alone, where the only way to end the state of emergency is concurrent with the House and Senate. They are still involved in that. But as far as the day-to-day executive orders, I felt that it would be a much more streamlined process to have one body do it.
Thank you. My just thought on that was the House and Senate have to pass legislation together in order to get it to the governor's desk, that they should both be included when they do this.
Your point is well taken, Representative. Thank you.
Marcus?
Representative Wood.
I can't hear him.
Representative Roy, would you, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Would you object to having the Senate added in? There is, previous speaker was correct that normally the Senate's involved in passing legislation as well. As a practical matter, I'm a little concerned how the Senate would view this bill if we were cutting them out.
Thank you. I fully anticipated they would have added themselves back in anyway. So I'd be happy to add them back in. It was no slight to the honorable senators. It was, as I said, well, to address the first point, agreed the legislature and the Senate, the House and Senate have to work together to pass laws. These aren't laws. These are executive orders that need the approval. So I differentiated a little bit there. It is a little bit different because if you think about it, it's kind of an odd situation where the executive would be writing a law that we would have to pass versus us writing a law that he would have to sign. So again, I'm happy to add them back. I would not object to that at all. I did that for streamlining purposes only.
Are there other questions for Representative Rock?
Come on, I'm on a roll.
Excellent. I don't see any here. Is there any member of the public who has not spoken who wishes to testify on any one of these bills? If they do, please raise your hand. If they raise their hand. Okay, seeing none. In that case, I will close the public hearing. It's now 10 minutes to 12. We are scheduled to have a work session on these bills at 1:30 or after the hearing is over. I think we will declare it to be 1:30 and go from there. That'll give us time to stretch our legs and work out and think about this. And then this afternoon, we will discuss these issues and see if we can reach some agreement on some of them. Okay, we will resume at 1:30.
Madam Chair, I would presume that we're going to need to stay logged in to this Zoom session, or is that? Or...
You can log into it again, either way, your choice.
Okay.
Right. Thank you all. See you at 1:30. Someone take care of the video.
I'll try, so I do.
Zoom at 1:30. Okay.
and beyond now.
Making myself invaluable to the committee.
It's always useful to have more skills.
That way you can impeach me.
It's almost like a pattern.
And I was reading something about California.
Yeah.
There are 4 rivers.
Yep.
For number 1.
Talking to myself, sorry.
Hamster. Oh,
Goodbye to the mic, so I'm sure.
Hey, you're talking to somebody who built those things that my older sisters used for mouse pads. A labor family war. Oh, what are all these mouse pads?
He's undoubtedly embarrassed. There's no end of it. It's on. Well, Mark tried to turn it on, so.
So you guys have it.
All right, one, I'd like to make a comment before we get going. I don't plan to vote on any of these bills today because I think that some of the testimony was correct, that we need to consider combining them and only coming up with one bill at a time. And so we are meeting on Thursday at 10:30 to exec the state of the weather statutes and probably 544 and as many others as we can get to.
A list of the bills that have occurred, not accepted yet.
I'll pass it out. Yeah. Representative Santonastasso, when you get a chance, unmute yourself and tell us where you are and who's with you.
You need me to do that as well, Madam Chair?
If you didn't check in, yes. Did you?
Yes.
Initials?
Yes, I am in Concord in my home and my husband will be in and out of the room.
Okay. It's 1:30, so we're in a full committee work session on these bills. And I have a point, an area that hasn't been discussed yet that I'd like to bring to your attention. One of the things that bothered me about the state of emergency was that the governor declared it and said we have to take preventive actions to flatten the curve and prevent our hospitals from being overwhelmed, which makes sense at the time. But then as time went on, he kept changing why he needed to continue the state of emergency. And I thought that was rather disconcerting, you know. One of these bills, I think it's 274, has language that says that the declaration of the state of emergency has to specify what conditions are necessary to extend the state of emergency. And I think that's a very important factor because, you know, if we have an emergency because we're likely to get our, you know, hospitals are likely to get flooded with cases, well, okay, we have an emergency, but you know, 21 days later, we're having the same emergency for a different reason. That just struck me as wrong, and I wanted to bring that point up.
I don't know if it's exactly,
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, if I may, I'll just point out that I think when.
Be Representative Schuett, but Representative Lekis was recognized first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear him.
Well, yeah, as I think I said earlier, I'm new to the committee work session process, so I don't know if at this point we should just give a response to that, which I actually agree with. It's appropriate to bring up something kind of related but separate. You know, those first. I think.
I can't hardly hear him. He's breaking up.
Is that better?
Yes.
That's Yes.
better.
Okay, I guess I need to get closer. I agree with Representative McGuire's point, the chair's point. What I was going to say is of these bills, and my bill 414 is kind of separate, I think, but of the actual state of emergency bills, I think the one that's kind of cleanest, one I don't think there's a real problem with, in my view, is 433. And so you might want to think about taking other things we might feel are necessary, such as this addition of 440 Part 1E, the conditions necessary, and maybe tack them onto here. And 433 is the main idea is that the governor can do a 21-day state of emergency and one extension only. It says unless the clerk of either chamber of the legislature and assistant clerk pursuant to RSA 44 has certified within the past 7 days, basically that it's not possible to have a session of the legislature. But unless the legislature really can't meet, then the legislature has to extend it after, in effect, 42 days. I like that idea because while the legislature can end the state of emergency, I think there's a real temptation for various reasons to just abdicate the legislature, abdicating its responsibility, sitting back and letting the governor do it. And as represents the people, I think that if at all possible, after the first bit of the emergency, the legislature really needs to get involved.
Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to point out with reference to your statement of one reason and one reason only for a state of emergency. I think in this particular case, when it first began, no one could have foreseen the length of time that this disease was going to insert itself into our lives. And as we saw later on, October and November of last year, actually did almost overrun our hospitals. The number of cases increased so greatly. I can see with something that's long-term such as this, that the reasons that you need the emergency could easily change. And to be honest, the executive branch is probably better equipped to adapt to those changes than the legislative branch would be. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still need to read through the bills some more, and I'm sad that I'm, because of my bill presentation in another committee, that I didn't hear all of the testimony on all the bills. But I felt one bill might come close to what I had hoped when I heard that Republicans were considering bringing forth concerns over the executive orders from the governor, because there certainly is a point of agreement. If we can find the right way to get to that in a bipartisan way, I think that maybe not all Democrats, but I suspect many Democrats will support a certain way of addressing this. Maybe it's HB 417. I certainly think Representative Roy's presentation appealed to me. And I think you have at least one Democrat as a co-sponsor. That Representative Vail is Representative Sue Vail from Nashua. I think that, I do think it, so let me just outline just some thoughts that I have around that, and with the hopes that it will help whatever amendments or however we focus this as we go, at least from my point of view as one of the Democrats. I think that executive orders for a year is excessive. I think that we've been in session should have brought us back to a mode of cooperating as three co-equal branches of government. I think we could have done that a long time ago through special sessions, and I think that would have been the right way to go. I feel there has been quite a bit of overreach. And I think to my constituents, Republican or Democrat, the governor has seemed to, and this isn't a disparagement, this is just why I think we'll come to an agreement as Democrats and Republicans in the legislature. I feel it seems like through the governor's presentations on WMUR and from his press conferences, he has a unique ability to seem to appeal to folks that usually differ on big issues around COVID. But when you drill it down, for example, just the mask issue alone, even retailers are frustrated from folks who agree with my point of view on masks, that there isn't really any teeth to it. On the other side, I hear some arguments of people who disagree with me and my view on masks that make actually some interesting arguments that are frustrating for all of us. I think that bringing clarity to this debate around how New Hampshire responds to COVID, to the federal finance piece, to what is actually needed with that money, I think the latitude that the governor has used has been too broad. It has been often, in my opinion, even the Gopher Committee that has some legislative representation, many of their recommendations have gone ignored. I think if the legislature could have played a role fairly quickly, we could have prevented a lot of these difficulties. And for businesses, for sure, for general citizens, for how we just function as a society, I think there have been breakdowns. and luckily not so much of a breakdown that it's been utter chaos. But I think that I hope that we can find common ground, because at the root of this whole discussion is a broad reach of power from one branch of government at the expense of other branches of government, especially the legislative branch. And I couldn't agree more with that overall. And I hope that people smarter than me on this committee can help us drill down to those points where we do agree. And I think there are places where we're definitely going to agree, and perhaps HB 417 is a good starting point. I have a lot of other thoughts, but I'm not going to say them all. I'll let other people speak.
Save them for round two. Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will probably say some similar things as Representative Schultz just said, because I think this is where we are here, is trying to make the determination of whether we need to talk about declaring the state of emergency and how long the state of emergency is declared for, and differentiate that between that and the executive orders that are declared by the governor. I think we all have our opinions on the way we want to go with this. I believe the governor having the right to declare the state of emergency and given those 21 days. And then the legislature has their ability to, if they no longer feel it is needed, to rescind that emergency declaration by a concurrent resolution. I think that problem in my mind is taken care of. The issues I have are with the executive orders, and I think there needs to be some sort of accountability after a certain time frame that needs to be addressed. And well, Representative Roy's bill goes in that direction. I think with some work, we could probably come to some common ground and get there. And what we're looking to do. So those are the few points I want to make, that there is the two different factors: declaring the state of emergency and how long, and I think the oversight of the executive orders. And with that, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could, I can't raise my hand because I'm a co-host.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. I just wanted to, a point that just occurred to me is, you know, we can right now rescind the state of emergency if with the Senate and the House concurrent. The problem is that by letting the executive orders go so long, to use a kind of a tired term, it's become too big to fail. If we were to just rescind it right now, that would cause utter chaos, because the executive orders have spiderwebbed into so many aspects of government and civil life that it would just be a disaster. So I think that that was my point in the bill I drafted, was let's get ahead of these executive orders before they become so much that you can't simply just vote them out. Because if we were to do that right now, I agree that it would be bedlam.
Senator O'Brien?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, in looking at 417, which is out of all of them is the one probably I might like the best, but the other elephant in the room, it seems to be wanting the legislature to limit the governor's ability to declare the state of emergency. But I got to ask the question, what happens if it's a lot in reverse? That, let's say in the example of the pandemic, that we had a governor who did not believe in face masks, who did not believe in social distancing, who did not believe in some of the recommendations by some of our local board of health or the CDC from the federal government. So while we open up the can of tuna on this, should we basically look at it to empower the legislature itself to be able to declare a state of emergency?
I believe it is already.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, because that I did not see in the bill, but doesn't mean it didn't exist. I just didn't see it and was unaware.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not in the bill, it's in the statute. On the bill, it just shows the amendments to the statute. Plus, I think that we could literally just pass laws, and if we had to, override a veto too. So
clarify. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do think that it's not at all inappropriate for us to work on something. I don't think, frankly, that any of the bills are ready to be passed into law at this point. But I do think that Representative Roy's bill provides a structure that we could look at to address some of the issues that are out there. We've already addressed in this colloquy we're having now some grievances that the Democrats had with regard, and possibly some Republicans as well, with the governor's decision to ignore the Joint Fiscal Committee and create his own toothless committee to advise him. I don't know that he adopted any of their recommendations, but they didn't have any power to enforce anything anyway. So whereas the Joint Fiscal Committee, which has the responsibility of managing cash flow for the state's expenditures in the biennium, they have the expertise, the background, and the experience. So that certainly irked a lot of Democrats, and the lawsuit unfortunately failed. But there's a lot of dissatisfaction with among certain Republicans anyway, with regard to the executive orders being an overreach and banning of freedom of assembly and violating the Constitution, so forth and so on. So looking at the scope and the breadth of the governor's executive order process and procedure, and the fundamental aspect of how far it can go, is something that I think we could appropriately and constructively, productively do in our committee. The other bills, I think, are either unworkable or unwise, or both. So I wouldn't support any of them. But I do think that this is something that we have a responsibility and enough experience on the committee to do something productive with. So that's my opening gambit anyway.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you in that we don't want to pass all these bills. What I was thinking about when I saw them was that we would take one and make a simple fix that we can agree on, and retain one to see how it works, and then let the others go by the wayside. I mean, the question of evacuations came up 3 times. I think one law about evacuations is plenty. So yeah, we should be looking at what the governor has, what we've given the governor the authority to do, and how he's used it and taken it. Because I personally think that the fiscal committee probably should have been involved, but he didn't ask me. So.
That's right.
Yeah, is that?
Madam Chair?
Please speak up. Oh, Terry.
Yeah, I was wondering, perhaps, if not now, soon, we should maybe do a straw poll just to see where everybody stands on which bill we want to use as a vehicle to set aside and go forward.
Well, I had 3 suggestions of yours, and I'm okay with that. So if anybody has any,
I mean, I wrote the bill, but I'm not necessarily married to it either way. But I definitely, while one side could pass a bill, I would not be happy doing so. I'd like to see it go forward with a message from both parties.
That's fantastic. I just want to say that. Isn't it nice when we agree?
And actually, I'm going to continue that, because I initially suggested starting with 433, because it's simple and straightforward and we could add things to it. However, I think you've convinced me on 417, partly because it has the virtue of giving us the ability to deal with individual emergency orders and not having to have an all or nothing thing on the state of emergency. So I think that's, starting with 417, I'd be fine with.
All around. Representative Schultz?
Yeah, I think another reason why, please forgive me, I don't think anyone said this, but I may have missed it. I think another reason why I do think that Rep. Roy's bill is the best one is because by focusing on the executive orders, there's no threat to whatever federal funding, if I understand that whole process correctly. We can still have that status. It doesn't make that status go away, if I understand it correctly. And if we were to just repeal New Hampshire's participation in an emergency status, forgive me if I'm getting the language wrong, that would mean we wouldn't have the protections we would need from the federal government, or help on vaccines, etc. That's too important of a thing that focusing in on the executive orders is the way.
We finally got a reply from the Department of Safety on what the federal impacts would be if we ended the state of emergency. And I hope you all read that, because it was shocking how much federal money is coming into the state based on the fact that we're in a state of emergency. Unemployment and most unemployment was a big part of it.
Yeah,
I agree.
I mean, I'm not sure of what's really the case. I've seen some legal opinions, which if I can get in hard copy, and I'll forward the committee, that said that would be true if it was just a state of emergency, but given there's a federal state of emergency, the Stafford Act would make us eligible for all of that anyway, but I am not completely certain. However, I take Representative Schultz's point that if we did it this way and could deal with the emergency orders individually, then that wouldn't be a question at all, which I'd be happier with.
One thing.
I can't see us passing anything that would be effective immediately. The word I've gotten is that the governor is perfectly happy to have a bill that changes the emergency authorization after this state of emergency is over. And I think that's reasonable. You don't want to change the rules, however wrong they may have been to start with, in the middle of an emergency.
Well, that certainly is something that is obvious to those of us who've been in the legislature for a while, and that is that nothing is going to happen immediately, because we can't do it just as the House. We're not going to have a session for a couple more weeks anyway, and then it would have the Senate and so forth. So even presuming that the Senate would buy into what the House had done, it's the governor, probably has a veto pen ready to strike it down, but nothing's going to happen right away. So and this whole effort to attack the whole structure of emergency orders and state of emergency and so forth is clearly the daughter of the pandemic situation. We never had any issues when the Cold River, tore out the center of Alstead, and the governor declared a special session and state of emergency, because that was a local temporary issue that could be addressed locally, and virtually all the other emergencies that we have dealt with in our time in the legislature have been either local or regional, not statewide or not long-term. This is a unique situation, and because it represents a disease that none of us have ever experienced and the world has never experienced before, even though it's similar to the 1918 so-called Spanish flu, which was a unique disease as well, and that was 100 years ago. So we're in uncharted waters with regard to so many aspects, even to this day, with understanding all the aspects of COVID and seeing the new variants come out practically every 10 minutes. But the emergency order aspect is something that we can productively visit. So I'm totally in favor of retaining Representative Roy's bill and coming up, be unanimous on.
Well, I think that the point of all these bills coming in is that this is the first extended emergency situation we've had. And so it tested all the boundaries of the law that we passed after 9/11. You know, a 1-week emergency for a flood in Allsted or an ice storm across the, half the state.
Right.
Doesn't
Hurricane.
the same of issues that you get when you have almost a year. And, and I remember well that the first month or so, there wasn't much outcry or concern. It's only when the emergency started being renewed again and again, and more things got tied into it, that there was more concern and unrest.
Well, and the lockdowns that resulted from the emergency order began to put small businesses out of business. That was clearly something that was no fault of those people's whatsoever. And I frankly thought that Sununu's initial thing about essential and non-essential was a quick way of getting at that aspect to some degree. But I thought that relatively soon it should have gone to permitting businesses to reopen if they and their customers could operate safely, and whether something was essential or not was not a sufficiently precise and productive resolution, that it would have been better. I mean, I got a friend who operates a fireworks store. I mean, clearly not something that's essential, but could he operate it safely? Probably. And if he was, then his business should not have gone down the drain because it wasn't an essential business. And so I think that there are a lot of things that we can improve if we work together on this.
All right, thank you. That's a good point.
I'd like to just make one more point, if I could, Madam Chair. When we look at this, we've been looking at it from a perspective of, one person has, too much power. It's also the angle that one person, it's an awful lot of responsibility. And I don't want to second guess the governor, because I don't know that I'd do anything different if I knew that, every death was going to be hung on my head. Between 400 of us, we've got broad shoulders instead of one person having to be responsible for every decision, life and death, for such a long period of time. So I think it's worth looking at both angles, that it's not just about reigning in power, it's about distributing responsibility.
Terry, don't forget, the governor's he's got commissioners of safety, commissioners of health and human services. He's got a whole panoply. The whole armada of state government is at his disposal. So I don't think he's making these decisions all by himself, although it comes down to him ultimately.
Well, yeah, but the issue is that it'll be on his head, regardless of who helps him with the decision. At the end of the day, he's the one standing for election, and he'll be held accountable.
Representative Codex, have a comment? Becky?
Thank you. I'm listening to what everyone is saying, and I guess what I've been thinking is what Representative Schmidt just said, is that we don't have the expertise or demand, or not demand. We don't have the expertise or the knowledge that state agencies have, and they're not really at our disposal. So how would we, as a state legislature, how do you see this happening as far as the state legislature making a decision?
Well, actually the agencies do come and give us advice and counsel. You may not have noticed, but the parade of commissioners through the Finance Committee is always impressive. We've had commissioners here talking about their departments and how they want to run. If they care, believe me, they'll make their opinions known.
But this would be presented to the entire House, right? There wouldn't these decisions wouldn't be handed down to a particular committee. It would be decided in the House.
Right. But I believe that the commissioners would manage to make themselves known by talking to their connections, to leadership, to other representatives they know, they all live in the state. I mean, I had the Commissioner of Administrative Services living in my town for years. And when she wanted something, she made it very clear that she wanted it.
Yeah,
So-
right.
I would think it would be incumbent upon the governor to make his case to us so that we can make the case to our constituents. So if he wants an executive order, he needs to bring his experts before us and explain the situation. And if we buy in, then we pass and explain it to our constituents. Through this whole thing, things have been happening and people call me like, why did you do that? And I'm like, I have no idea.
You got a comment?
Yeah, actually, you beat me to most of what I was going to say. There's no reason that we should assume that the governor's going to have access to information that's going to be disallowed the legislature. We should have those same resources available to us. And the other thing I was going to say is, maybe I'm saying what everybody is already thinking and knows, but it seems that there's a lot of agreement in that we need only to lay this out methodically in a few steps, like the initial declaration, and then, the length of time that declaration is in force. Then when is it time for involvement for the legislature? Which branches of the legislature? And I'm really thrilled to see that there really is a lot of agreement here. I even want to say that I agree, I don't recall which bill it was, but one of the bills provided for essentially veto power for any of the executive committee. I think that's doing the same thing in a sense. It's putting too much power in one person's hand and putting too much on one person's shoulders. And the last thing I'll say is, for the involvement of the legislature in extending and improving governor's initial emergency declaration, it would not be unique to New Hampshire. It's done that way, or supposed to be done that way in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We saw those legal battles play out during the course of this past year, where they have those provisions already in statute. So I just think that if we took it a piece at a time, and we could plug in each piece at a time and come to an agreement on one piece, we'll put the right thing together.
Anyone else have something to say? Something wrong. This is going too smoothly.
That's very funny.
Representative Pearson has his hand up and he's been shaking his head a lot, so.
I was wanting him to speak after.
We're just coming to watch what a real committee does.
Welcome. Taking a field trip.
We have nobody. We're supposed to be having hearings from 1 to 3, and no one signed up. No one. I mean, basically, what was your attendance like this morning?
Moderately low. We had the 4 bills and we finished up just before noon. There were only a couple of members of the public, and one representative of the emergency management. Emergency management manager from Nashua came and spoke to us. He had some specific issues that he brought to our attention that we're looking at.
So what I was going to say is that while a number of these bills address the mandatory or optional evacuation, I would suggest keeping that completely separate from what we're doing around state of emergency orders, and all of that. We got a separate bill, it's mine, 414, and we can debate that and people can vote how they want on that. But I would suggest leaving that completely out of, whatever else we do, because I mean, there's legitimate disagreement on it. I don't think there's any need to cloud the dealing with the state of emergency stuff with that.
And Madam Chair, I'd like to suggest a strategy, if this helps.
If you could let Representative Pearson speak.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Then we'll get back to it.
Thank you. So for those of you on the committee that are unaware, I actually have a master's degree in emergency management.
How convenient.
So, and I got it, I was involved in it before 9/11. So I was in the very early days of the concept of that being a profession. So one of the things that we need to be very cautious of is losing sight of the function of rapid action. Now, there seems to be very little disagreement here on what fundamentally becomes a change in status. And I'll give you an example in the fire service that is used all the time. We have a term that's called under control. It's probably one of the most misquoted terms that the media uses. People like to, especially on social media, like to invent what that term actually means. It does not mean the fire is out. It means that the forward progress of the fire has stopped and the situation in front of us is manageable with the resources and personnel that we have to mitigate the problem. Now, under a state of emergency, at some point, you go from the level of emergency to the level of management. Where that point begins is solely dependent upon the situation at hand. And caution, looking at some of these bills with the 21 days or the 30 days, realistically, historically anyway, the overwhelming amount of declarations that have occurred have been weather related. So those timeframes really do fit. Even with Katrina was probably one of the better examples of something that went beyond 30 days. And that was, the once in a millennia type of storm. But the situation now has changed in the sense that where we have spent decades studying weather-related emergencies and things that come on in the framework of that, the health emergency aspect has put this into askew a little bit. So I certainly agree that at some point there needs to be cooperation, there needs to be a check, there needs to be, honestly, maybe a step back where the legislative body can look at this and say, okay, the executive branch is, spending 15, 18 hours a day working on this. And sometimes you get kind of lost in amongst the trees here. And certainly having the legislative branch step back, and say, hey, we're looking at the whole forest here, and this is what we see. That's a good thing. What I just want to caution is us overreaching this and losing the ability for the executive branch to do what constitutionally it is set up to do, which is to act as the chief executive of the state. So, I've looked at the four bills that were presented. Unfortunately, Representative Roy's bill I don't have in print. I'm kind of bouncing forward on the general court website on that one. And I think that there's definitely some good stuff here. All four of these bills by themselves are problematic if they were just taken at face value individually. But I think realistically, there's an opportunity here to look at this not from the point of the pandemic, but from the point of Hurricane Roy, or the White Mountain National Forest being on fire, or any of the other interesting things that seem to happen here. So I applaud the effort. I like what I've been hearing so far, and I think that it's going to take some work within our committee to hammer this out. What I also want to caution, though, is that we have 4 bills in front of us that are relatively similar, I suppose, in stretch, maybe with the exception of 414. Leggy Admin has a series of bills as well that are in front of them. We are not tackling all of these together. We're not tackling these as a co-joint committee type of effort.
And Pearson, I'd like to mention that 5 members of legislative administration have come and joined us, and they're listening
Okay.
to with great attention.
Okay, that's fantastic. Because my fear was that we would spend a tremendous amount of time here hammering through this, only to now have to rehash this or blend it with what Leggy Admin came up with their particular pieces of legislation. So I'm thankful that they're in the room, and I look forward to the ideas that are going to be brought forward here.
I'm interested in your point that there's a difference between the actual emergency and then managing a continued situation, because I think that's kind of where we are, and that's where we need to be careful of our language because of the federal money they're trying to give us. Can you expound on that?
Sure. I mean, realistically, at the point we're at now, we have well-established testing locations. We have well-established, though slightly being tweaked on the fly and expounded upon vaccine distribution sites. We have not modified the concept of social distancing in 8 months. We have not modified the mask mandate in at least 8 months, probably realistically almost a year. So we are truly managing COVID right now. We are not functioning in an emergency fashion. That took longer than I thought it was going to, mainly because the information that we were getting from Fauci was honestly he was contradicting himself every 5th day. And in a very fluid situation where you're getting a lot of unknowns and a lot of speculation and a lot of politics all blended into one thing, we were not able to get a sense of exactly what was going on quickly for whatever reason. But that being said, we are clearly way beyond the point of the quote unquote emergency aspect, because we know what it is, where management functions in the sense of the social distancing and in the current situation. It has shown to have effect, and we're just now functioning through the process of trying to get through this. That in and of itself is where I think the core argument here is, in the sense that what is a logical point in time to say, okay, look, we're really just managing this emergency now. It's not under an out of control sense or a sense of too many unknown variables. So, and I think clearly the legislature as a whole, not just the House, the legislature as a whole really does have a heavy responsibility in making sure that not only there's not an overreach of the executive branch, but also in the sense of the management function of said problem is also being done in a proper way. And certainly, we're never going to have 424 of us that are in lockstep on something for the most part. But multiple calls with the governor over this time period when I was working with the National Guard on things that needed to be tweaked and problems that we had. And but again, that really wasn't an emergency aspect of it. It really truly just was a management of the problem. So barring Katrina, weather-related events have really never exceeded 30 days with us. Even the ice storm was not stretched that long. So So I think that we can easily agree on a time frame that is prudent to the 90th percentile, and then, you know, institute the necessary oversight and necessary the ability to offer our opinion, if you will, into the process, you know, once that initial time period has expired. If I made any sense at all to you guys.
I have no idea what you just said.
All right, thank you, Representative Schultz, then Representative Saitek.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Okay, here's my suggestion. Hopefully this is helpful. In reviewing the bill and in listening to all the testimony that I heard today, I think that, well, one, we can definitely start by reviewing the bill line by line and do informal straw polls on those and see where we disagree. But whether we do it before or after, we could look at what are the main points that the framework of it should address. And I'm going to suggest, just separate from bill language, what those pieces of framework, from my point of view, I think are, and I think this covers it, I hope. So the first biggest piece of framework would be that we want to make sure New Hampshire statute sort of divorces the handling of a declaration of emergency in the official federal sense. The state has to declare one, or the governor has to declare one. Divorce that process from what executive orders, how that process works, even though they're triggered by the emergency declaration, so that we can address the executive orders without harming a declaration of emergency. So that would be one. The second would be then to what degree and at what point do the executive orders then involve the House and Senate? And three would be, and this is very parallel, to what degree and at what point does either the fiscal committee and or GELCAR interface with our, play a role with executive orders? I think those are the three main big points from my observation. If there are more, that's fine. But going through 417 line by line, it's not that long. I think it's only roughly about 20 lines, and some of them are just, basic language. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. The Saitek wants to say something.
Well, just for the sake of saying it, I'm bringing some ants to the picnic. I'm not on board for any of this. I'll listen, but this is a lot like my second wife. You're never going to hear it. It's not going to happen. All of this commotion has happened once in the Republic since the Revolution. This is like the United Nations. We're talking about something that's never really going to come to fruition. If you want something, I mean, after all, we can rescind the state of emergency, that declaration. That exists. I might go for 2/3 of the Senate to have a quick, nimble body. If he gets out of control, 2/3 of the Senate shuts him down. You can't get 2/3 of the House, probably, just physically. And that's about. But I'll listen to the commotion and throw a few stones now and then. But why? What are we doing? Thanks.
Okay, that's a good point. Senator Legger has a comment.
I think Representative Pearson brought a really good way to think about it to the table. And I have to disagree with Representative Saitek because, it can happen. It's actually happening right here in this committee. And we're not talking about right now ending the emergency order. What we're just talking about is at what point do we begin to manage it? So you're right. I agree with you actually 100% on a chunk of what you said, that no, this isn't going to happen if we're talking about ending an emergency order, especially now. But the way we manage it after the initial declaration is, I think, what the key point is here. Thank you.
Anyone else have something to say? Yeah. Representative Hales?
I guess my only comment Well, I've been kind of keeping an eye on the effective dates of the bills that we have over at Ledgy Ed. And as a practical matter, the bills that we see, and I'm assuming the ones that you have, would require the governor's signature to go into effect. And I don't see that happening, at least on the bills we're talking about. So I think we do have to separate this emergency versus future emergencies. And that's where the defining line should be. Because I think if we need to work on anything first, it's these effective dates, so that nothing really happens till after,
I think that it's easy enough to say, effective 30 days after the termination of the current state of emergency. Some of these say January 2022, which certainly hope is after the end of this emergency.
Right.
But yeah, we're not looking at to say we want to examine the current state of emergency. We want to say if a future governor were to declare a state of emergency over whatever,
I
the
think
Spanish flu or whatever,
correct.
or that's what we should be considering, because we could spend all day second guessing the governor. Yes,
Madam Chair, point of order, could you please introduce us to the members who joined? Because I don't know them, and
Very good point. Could the members of legislative administration introduce yourselves?
Sure. Is this microphone is working well?
Yes.
So here in the room is I am the chairman, Greg Hill of Ledgy Admin. Ranking member is here, Janet Wall. Vice chair of Ledgy Admin is here, Bob Green. Clerk is here, Vanessa Sheehan. And our honored member is Matt Simon is also here.
I noticed you brought your whole leadership team and plus Matt. Okay.
There were some discussions held with the governor actually this summer around this. And, as you would expect, he was strongly opposed to any changes that would impact the current state of emergency. However, he did say he was certainly open to going along with, some changes to, this 445 or other statutes related to the emergency power. So it's not like he was completely opposed to any of this.
No, if I recall, he actually asked us, please take it away. He said he'd be happy to, but currently he couldn't.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Who's next?
Any comments from the?
I just feel like we're dealing with two separate things in this story and confusing. I think Representative Pearson kind of touched on it. There are emergency orders that have to deal with weather, and they're very different in kind from the present one that we find ourselves in, which have to do with health-related issues. And so I think something that as I'm trying to kind of divide these things is it's hard to come up with an approach that encapsulates both of those things. And I'm almost wondering if we need to propose something that addresses those two things in a different way.
Well, one point may be that a 30-day period is long enough for almost any weather-related incident. Right. And it's only a health-related thing probably that could go on longer.
I was basically going to say that, but also regarding what Representative Pearson said, the 417 as it's written would let the governor declare the state of emergency, and it extends it from 21 to 30 days. But then it would kick in the provisions that would get the legislature involved in approving, anything further. And I think that would split, the weather-related and that sort of thing could be handled in the way it has been, because certainly within 30 days, the case. And anything that's going to drag on longer, it is, I think, very important for the legislature to take up its responsibility to get involved, and this would allow that.
Representative Pearson?
Yep, sorry. There's potentially one or two scenarios that I can think of historically in New Hampshire that would go a little bit beyond the 30 days, but I assure you in those scenarios there would be no disagreement as to extension. So I don't really think that puts us at a risk of a political bottleneck, certainly. So.
Well, the only other one we had was Governor Hassan's opioid, right?
Yes, but she didn't do much else except declare the state of emergency and let it expire. She was not an activist governor on that emergency. Yeah, Governor Hassan declared the opioid crisis an emergency, and that was the extent of her involvement, as far as I could tell. Anyone else that's got a comment?
The other question I would like to put on the table is somewhere along the line there needs to be some recognition of the ability of the governor to change in some minor or major fashion his executive order or his emergency order and start a new one. So how effective is that 21-day initial period if all he needs to do is then change it in some fashion to gin up another 21 days? I'm not sure how that's going to be addressed as well.
That's a good question.
That wouldn't, under 417, that wouldn't be possible. He'd have to bring each one before the House, and if we amend it, the Senate. So any new order he did has to come. In other words, 417 doesn't judge his decision to make a state of emergency. It judges his executive orders. So he could extend the state of emergency as much as he wants. He just can't do anything with it unless we approve it beyond that 30-day period.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm in agreement with retaining one of the bills. 417 is fine, to work at and talk further in the future. One of the things that I thought of is we've talked exclusively of either health-related or weather-related emergencies, and we live in a part of the country where we don't seem to have earthquakes or forest fires to the extent they do other areas. So at least at this time, we haven't. The other thing that we always have a possibility of, and what I thought of during the talk about evacuation orders, is a catastrophic event at the Seabrook nuclear station. And that could turn in certainly to a state of emergency and or evacuation orders in that part of the state, at least. So, and I don't know, I guess depending on the extent, whether it would last more than 30 days, but just something else to consider while we're looking at the overall structure of the bill.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Representative Pearson?
I'm glad you mentioned Seabrook, because in another lifetime I was involved in the nuclear business. Let me assure you, there are very few things that exist right now that terrify people more than the concept of Seabrook having a problem. From a compliance standpoint, I can't think of any other thing in the state that would render more voluntary compliance than an incident at Seabrook. I personally lived, I think I was 6 miles dead west of 3 Mile Island when that happened. So my family has a little bit of experience when it comes to dealing with problems at nuclear power plants. The concept one of the things that I have concerns about when it comes to this idea of 414 and the idea of involuntary, the ability to choose not to evacuate. And I'm sure that Representative Lanzera, Representative Goley, Representative O'Brien will certainly and easily back me up on this. I have physically removed people out of structures that were on fire that did not want to leave those structures. Okay, so I can tell you that the general overall idea that people would just generally do the smart and right thing, shockingly, does not always hold true. Okay, the fact that someone would be reluctant to leave a building that was clearly on fire is not, a rational person has a really hard time relating to that. Okay, but we've done it. Manchester Fire Department has done it so many times it's not countable, really, truly. So, the concept of the removal at the end of the gun scenario, there's really truly no way, and we saw this in Katrina, there is truly no way to put in a provision to allow someone to void themselves of their rights to assistance. We don't, I can't contemplate a procedure for that. I can't contemplate a way that the emergency services would be able to know who was and wasn't, who could verify, what would be the ability for someone to change their mind. I mean, that exists under a DNR. A do not resuscitate order has the ability to be changed and rescinded almost instantly. So I just couldn't, the whole concept of this is just so massively problematic. And that completely ignores the fact that folks that are in the emergency services business, as a general rule, do not look at folks that are in a dire situation and keep walking. That is against the nature of people that are in that profession. It is not something that you could train into those people. And it makes the entire concept of this honestly impossible. It truly does. And I just want to reiterate to the folks that are not necessarily familiar with the emergency services industry. But I get the theory, I suppose. You have the right to die in a hurricane if you want, but to tie in what first responders would have to do with that is not something that can be practically done. So, thank you.
Okay, President Schultz.
Thank you. I will say I don't know if I understand everything Representative Pearson has said, just to be honest about that. I will say, though, if part of what we're doing here is trying to determine if this is even needed in the future, unfortunately, or fortunately, since we are a global community now, the chances that we're going to have another pandemic are significantly higher than they were 100 years ago. And we have been lucky and fortunate to have dodged this kind of a bullet sooner, to be honest with you. So unfortunately, I believe we'll have less than 100 years till we get to the next pandemic, unfortunately. And if that's the only thing holding us back, because that's indeterminable, I think it's helpful to do a bill. And then I just wanted to see, no one said anything in response to my suggestion of how we could then structure the discussion on any specific bill. But yeah, I do think going line by line of the bill to start is good. And then looking at what is our framework then. I made that suggestion. Whether you do my suggestion or someone else, I think it would be helpful then to be more concrete than, will we ever need this again? Let's just assume we will.
Madam Chair, can we get a subcommittee maybe?
What's that?
Have you entertained the idea of a subcommittee to kind of narrow this down?
Yes, I had originally thought of a subcommittee, but right now, we're limited in the number of times we can meet. I suspect that after crossover, we will have more time available, and that's why I want to retain one of these bills to work out more of the details. Representative Schuett, and then Allegro, and then Goldie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I was actually going to suggest that perhaps we should look at meeting as a committee of the whole on this issue. It's a pretty big issue with a lot of different ideas, so I offer that. But what I was going to say is talking about long-term emergencies, and as someone who has survived 3 major earthquakes in Southern California, I can tell you all that I had looked into the possibilities of earthquakes in New Hampshire. They don't happen often, but with the granite base to our geology, I have heard that if we have a major earthquake, it would be catastrophic. And I can tell you firsthand, the aftermath of a major earthquake leads you in several different directions. The immediate response is taking care of people who are injured or killed. But then the next response is those who are survivors are left with either no infrastructure, roads are destroyed, your access to food, water, and electricity is destroyed. Just many, many aspects that come up, and the long term going forward is not going to be solvable within 30 days. I can tell you that. So I think looking at this particular thing going forward, we do need to consider the long-term aspects. Thank you.
Senator Allegro?
Yes, I think we still keep on muddling the different subjects like evacuation. And I wasn't going to address evacuation, even though I had it in my notes. But Representative Pearson, compulsory versus non-compulsory evacuation, it's not only not improbable and undoable, but it works. And I speak as someone who's lived through Hurricane Katrina and countless evacuation orders, compulsory and non-compulsory. People make their own decision. And I have to agree with you that an emergency worker will tend to run towards the danger, even if they're not required to. But that's true of citizens as well. So again, I've lived through countless ordered evacuations. And in fact, part of the core problem that we're facing today are those very evacuation orders, those very emergency declaration orders, because what happens is people become immune to them. You know, in Louisiana, Texas, Florida, you get countless screeching orders to evacuate. And what happens is people just say, oh, the last 18 of them were just, it was ridiculous. And so there are times when people should evacuate and they don't. But the bottom line is people make their own decision. Out of the goodness knows how many evacuation orders I was present for in that part of the country. We evacuated twice. I'm glad that we did, but we assessed it on our own, as did our friends and neighbors. We made the decision on our own, and we actually wound up better for doing what we did. And as has been pointed out earlier in the day, regardless of what an emergency worker or a regular citizen would do, whether they would run towards or away from the danger, even if they're not required to, regardless of that, it's, you know, once the governor says there's an emergency and everybody knows there's an emergency, it's been declared. At that very same time, the governor declares whether evacuation is compulsory or recommended. So everyone who knows there's an emergency knows the circumstances of evacuation order. And then that person's decision to evacuate, it doesn't take signing a paper like was thrown out earlier in the day. How do we get people to acknowledge that they're going to not evacuate? Do we get them to sign a paper? Or, no, their presence in their domicile is their answer to the world. I'm still here. I've decided not to evacuate. I understand that you don't have to come back and save me. Thank you if you will, but I understand you do not have to. So just leave me alone and let me tend to my own families and my safety and the protection of our property. But we keep muddling these different subjects. We really need to focus. Nothing we've talked about today, none of these bills curtail the governor's ability to declare an emergency. I don't think there's any inkling of that in any of these bills. I could be mistaken. So piece number one is in place. The governor gets to declare an emergency. Then it just becomes an issue of, after X number of days, how do we manage it? And if we take that methodically, maybe using some of the ideas that Representative Schultz suggested, if we take that methodically, then we could move forward step by step in putting together some rational legislation. Thank you.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is a question, I guess, if we are in agreement that something is going to be retained. The discussion going on here, some of it's starting to sound more like a debate that should be taking place during an exec session. If this is a true work session, we should have a bill or two in front of us and work on it line by line. But if we're really looking at entertaining, I think the best thing to do is to figure out which bill we want to retain and which bills we want to work on, so that work can be accomplished, because I, in all honesty, don't think this is really a work session. This is just more or less debating the bills.
Oh, that's
just looking for a little direction on this.
okay. Well, in that case, how about saying that we will take House Bill 417 and use that as something to come forward with language for this year, whether or not, probably not perfect, but expressing some of the ideas we've been developing, and retain separately House Bill 414 on evacuations, because I agree with Representative Black. It's a totally different subject. We don't need to conflate that with the emergencies. It's a totally separate issue. And take any reference to evacuations out of any of the others. And
Clarification, what you said, retain 414 or just
Yes.
deal with it?
deal with it separately, probably retain. And I think 275 is broader than 433, so that'd be a better one to retain. It's more things would be germane to it. Any does that make sense? Any violent objections to that?
I'm just a little confused. So you want to retain 275 to work on, and what did you want to do with 417?
I want to develop some amendments to 417 that will incorporate the ideas we've discussed and semi-agreed on. It's got the 30 days.
I want to add the Senate.
Want to add the Senate and specifically adding the Senate and some of the other comments about oversight on executive orders. As Representative Schmidt said, that's something that's in our purview, and that's kind of mentioned in 417. So I would want to go home and read this very carefully and think about where we need to, where we would want to make changes, because it's got a lot of what we've been talking about. That the governor declares the emergency for 30 days. And then the legislature has the oversight of the executive orders.
Question of the chair.
Representative Schuett?
Yes, Madam Chair, if we work on 417, do we have until, if I'm looking at the rules correctly, the deadlines, do we have up until March 18th to decide that perhaps we don't have it ready yet and we still put forward a retain motion up until that date?
Up until the speaker was saying this morning at the chair's meeting that he's contemplating changing some of the deadlines because he wants to minimize the number of sessions we have. So this will undoubtedly be exec at the last possible moment.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Representative Goley.
Just a quick question then. Would it not be better to give these a thorough review by retaining, with the understanding in the discussion we had earlier that none of this, of the decisions we make now are looking to make changes to the current state of emergency. So there is no need to act on something right now, that we can give this a thorough vetting that it needs as a committee?
Possibly, you may be right, but on the other hand, we don't know that in the middle of May, the White Mountain National Forest isn't going to burst into flames, which is one of the scenarios that Representative Pearson's brought up as being a major non-weather related emergency that would need to, might last more than 30 days. So I would like to at least try to come up with something on it.
We can always retain it at the last minute.
Yeah.
That was my point.
Yes, yeah, we'll work on it. If we can't agree that it's got most of what we want to as a framework for handling long-term emergencies, then we can retain it then. But I would kind of like to try to come up with something. Representative Lex.
Just wanted to answer kind of a question for Representative Schultz about her framework. I think it, offhand, it looks good. I haven't said anything because I'd need to go through the bill and think about it some more to decide if those are the right things, if there needs to be anything else, which I couldn't do while listening to everything else. But, thanks for at least starting that.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you. I appreciate that. Sorry.
I'd be happy to be a repository for amendments. So if everyone wants to take their time and read this and send, and then when next we convene to discuss this, we can go over each possible amendment and vote it up or down.
That's a very good idea. Representative Pearson?
You're muted.
Unmute Steve.
I'm trying to remember what the heck I was going to say. Yeah. All right. Okay, got it. This has to do with, I guess I'll address this to the chair of Leggy Admin. What?
He just left.
All right. Do we got any backups in the room?
Doesn't look like it.
Well, okay, because we didn't discuss what any of their bills look like and how they fit into the framework of our bills.
Yes, very true.
We got to narrow it down first. If we can get one good one and they can come up with one, maybe we can. Right now, we got way too many things floating around.
Okay. Representative Schultz.
Yes,
if I
thank
do,
you.
my
My hand was up, Peter Schmidt. Yours wasn't. Anyway, sorry.
big
Madam Chair.
deal. Then go ahead and talk. Jesus,
So,
what is it, some kind of a game?
No. So, if I remember correctly, during your testimony on your bill, Representative Roy, you mentioned there were a few states that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you mentioned some states that had actually gone to the effort of introducing new rules or laws pertaining to the executive power vis-a-vis the legislature. Do you remember which states those were? And because it might be helpful for us to just on our own look some of that up.
That was not me, and it was not my bill. It was one of the other ones, I think.
I totally made that up. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I believe the states mentioned were Michigan and Wisconsin, but is that in Pennsylvania? Yes. But this may not, this may be long existing.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'm noticing a lack of enthusiasm bubbling up. Does anyone else have something to add?
I just was going to say that one of the bills that Ledge administration has is House Bill 187, which deals primarily with the Commissioner of Health and Human Services. And it's got several aspects of it that are very problematical, I believe. But that's one that I have taken a look at. I don't know the other ones, and I haven't looked at them.
Representative
But
Schmidt,
that-
you are in luck. House Bill 187 passed the House last week and was sent to ED&A. We will be having a session on it possibly the 15th, maybe later. We
Thank
will be into all of those issues at that time.
Got my knife sharpened.
Excellent, excellent. And your pen. Okay. Anyone else have important issues?
Madam Chairman, can I interject briefly?
Sure.
I just want to mention that I sent around a memo with all the bills that went to legislative administration and ED&A, also Health and Human Services, where 187 started, and criminal justice and judiciary, I believe, also had some state of emergency bills. So I summarized very briefly, but certainly there's a single document that you all have that lists all the state of emergency bills and just a brief summary of each one.
Excellent.
As well as the history of the current state of emergency law, which I hope was helpful also.
Thank you.
So going forward, we will all read these bills again and think about them. Submit suggested language changes to House Bill 417 to Representative Roy. And not worry about the other, well, House Bill 414, the evacuations. We can try and exec it, or we can retain it. I think maybe retention might be better. It's not an urgent bill, I don't think.
Okay.
Okay. So we will retain 414 and probably 275 and ITL 433, because I think that's the narrowest of the bills. And
Madam Chair?
Yes, Representative Goley.
I think when we exec 414, that should be on the merits of itself, whether you feel that,
You're absolutely correct. We should not.
because I can't agree to retaining it. I just don't agree with that policy change.
Policy change. 414? Yes, fine, we made it.
Thank
We
you.
will consider it on its merits.
Thank you.
I got the impression from what you were saying, Madam Chair, that that we could kind of, to some degree, sit on one or two of these bills before we have to make the final decision as to whether we're going to retain or whatever.
We do have a couple of weeks, Representative Schmidt, but I
Right.
think we want to focus our attention on 417 because that seems to be the closest to what most of us want.
I
So,
agree.
if you have a section that you think you have better language for, let's send it to Representative Roy, and we'll consider how to arrange those suggestions.
Very good.
Okay, and we are meeting again Thursday.
10 o'clock?
I think it's 10:30.
Okay, 10:30.
Any other comments, questions, suggestions?
Whoever arranged the confluence of meeting with Ledge Administration was on the ball, so thanks for that.
Okay, it was very nice of them to show up. All right, thank you all, and thank Ms. Marling for some excellent research, because that'll save us a lot of digging out on our own. All right.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair?
Representative Pearson, yes, you go.
Just to confirm, you're saying the next time we're going to meet is going to be March 8th?
No,
The 4th.
we're meeting March 4th, which is Thursday at 10:30. We are going to exec the weather modification statute and whatever else we can get to. If we have some different language suggested for 417, we could certainly discuss it then.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, recognize me?
Representative Schuett, yes.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to thank you for soliciting the input from Homeland Security. I thought that informed our discussions today greatly.
You're welcome. Lots of people have been asking about that, and it's really nice to get a definitive answer for a change,
Yes.
rather than trading ignorances. All right. All right, very good. Thank you all, and I will see you Thursday.